Hey guys, how are you? What's going on? Um, let me fix something. Hey everybody, what's going on? Guys, I thought we would take a little left turn for just a minute because we have all day, right? Um, but Nathan Wade is on the stand and I wanted to backtrack a little bit, but it's a little bit juicy and I would kind of hate to miss it. Because I was trying to see what was really going on, but then I saw a very interesting looking lady testifying, and I was like, you know what? Like, uh, we can get back to Sonia and Nesto because Nesto's not going anywhere no time soon. And we know that Sonia is firmly crawled all the way up into his colon. So I think we're good, right? We can get over there. So I set up another live for a little bit later. Okay. But right now, I feel like we got a good amount of time to get into what's going on over at the courthouse because Sir is answering some very personal questions. There's a lady who's going to testify that I'm like, what? Who is this? I don't know who that lady is behind the scenes, but let me see. Is it somebody's best friend? Okay, let me advance just a little bit because I don't know who this woman is, but and then Nathan Wade is going to come on, and they're asking him all kinds of very personal questions. Um, oh, I hope everyone's having a good day so far. I am. I was talking to my husband. Guys, so I know we talked about the situation yesterday. If you go to Law and Crime, they may have edited the chat more. I don't know. But there I went through that chat this morning and they were talking about it before the seal came back. So when the screen was just dark, they were like a blogger got, there was the US Marshals apprehended someone. So that whole thing, Fani's friend with the glasses. Yeah, we need to watch, guys. I feel like, you know what? This is more important right now. Everybody is important, but this is more important. This is more important, guys. So let's see what's going on here. The chat is off the chain, but we're not gonna be all up in that. But we got to listen. I feel like if we miss this, we could be missing something very important. And Fani's grown. Fani is in her 50s. Fani knows what happens. Well, she didn't know, she knows now. Because I would be embarrassed. Ooh, I'd be embarrassed, girl. Ma'am.
Per our conversation with Ms. Merchant yesterday, that is exactly what it is. So there was no overlapping or any time that they stayed together, nor does Ms. Yurdy have any information as it relates to Mr. Wade staying at that condo as well with that of Ms. Willis. So
we're just jumping right in. I'm going to drop you guys the link of where we're watching. It's still streaming, but it's streaming ahead of us. So we're about probably even like an hour behind. Mr. Wade is on the stand right now. That's the part I want to get to, but I want to see this part with her friend getting ready to testify in just a minute. So this is the friend right here. Where is she? Girl. Do you see her oath giving her oath on so we're not far away from it. Let's just
again, Judge, I'm renewing.
No, we don't need to hear it again. Ms. Merchant.
Judge, luckily I don't have to tell the state or them everything that I plan on introducing a witness for in response to their motion to quash. She has a lot of personal knowledge. And when we had a motion to quash, I had to get over a good faith basis, and I presented that to the court. I did not spend 4 hours going through everything that this woman's going to testify to. She has personal knowledge.
Is she actually here?
I think she's on Zoom. What I understand, Mr. Partridge.
Mr. Partridge, is your client with us?
She's on the Zoom platform, Your Honor, since I'm in Richmond County via my conflict. But she is on the Zoom platform at this time, Your Honor, in the waiting room. I believe she may have been admitted. I see a Robin on my screen. I'm assuming that is my client, Ms.
Ms. Merchant, you want to examine her by Zoom?
That's fine.
She said she had fun. She better have.
Sure. That's fine.
She better had fun because her career is on the line.
only objection was the representation at Monday's hearing was the good faith basis was based on what she learned from Terrence Bradley. And we know that is false. It's not true. So there is no good faith basis, and we would renew our objection and quash the subpoena.
That was not in regards to Miss Yurdy.
It certainly was. It was at like the 20-minute mark in the hearing.
Judge, she has personal knowledge of this relationship.
It's not what was represented on Monday. The personal knowledge came from Mr. Bradley. She has no good faith basis to explore this fishing expedition
These lawyers are damn near fighting, okay?
as it relates to Ms. Yuri. This is a blatant misuse
All right,
of the
Mr. Abad.
process.
Ms. Merchant, I do believe that when we went through the motion to quash, you grouped them into two categories, and each one of them we said that they were going to be impeached by Mr. Bradley.
We took Miss Yurdy outside of Fulton County, Judge. So we talked about Fulton County differently than Miss Yurdy. We took Miss Yurdy out separately. She was different than Fulton County because there wasn't other issues. And again, so we're arguing the motion to quash. I responded to their argument on the motion to quash. Did I tell them that she's going to testify that she's known Miss Willis for years and that her middle name is Latrice? No, I didn't tell them everything she's going to testify to. I don't, like, if you wanted me to, I could have, but that has nothing to do. There is a witness that contradicts what they have said in court, and they're doing everything they can to keep her off the stand and keep the truth away from this court. They filed a motion to quash. I showed a good faith basis. If my good faith basis is Mr. Bradley or Miss Yurdy or texts I've seen, it's still a good faith basis. There's no law that says I have to tell them every single good faith basis I have ahead of time. If we did, we would never have trials.
All right, Ms. Merchant, appreciate the argument of counsel. I think the standard on a motion to quash and a subpoena is not one where we're required to completely flush out and litigate every reason the witness may be relevant. And so we'll take these one at a time with Ms. Yurdy. I'll deny the motion to quash. And if your election and to proceed in your presentation of the evidence is to call her, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Bradley, you may be excused for now. Thank you, but subject to recall. We will call Ms. Yurdy.
So this is Fani's friend. They're not playing. Sis is not playing. I don't know where you think anywhere in the United States it's a good idea to hire your boyfriend in a high-level position and he's married. Can we talk about that for a second? It's like, Fani, seriously? You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you got to be more careful. Sis must have really thought she had everybody, like she had everything locked down, because I don't understand how you think that it's a good idea to come play eggplant at the job. Who does that? That's not smart. Why would you do something that is so girl? You said these folks don't care. Sis was horny at the job. She had to be. Like, why would you do something? Girl, that is so, like, you should have known better, sis. Didn't you know this was gonna happen? I'm kind of like, damn, Fani. You didn't see this happening?
Would you like me to swear her, Judge? Or?
I think we need to make sure. There we go. Deputy Scott, if we could swear in the witness. Ms. Yurdy, can you hear us?
Hold on.
Yes, I can.
All right.
Girl.
Raise your right hand, ma'am.
Ma'am has on, first of all, ma'am has on her extra large glasses. She went ahead and laid her wig all the way down, and she has some very heavy chains to hold her glasses up. I'm like, okay, sis.
You swear affirm to the testimony you get a court will be the truth. Does the truth will help you?
Yes.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
Robin Latrice Yurdy.
Thank you, Ms. Yurdy. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the judge when you first met Miss Willis?
In college.
Okay.
So 19, probably 90 or 91.
And have you been friends since 1990 or 91?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke with Miss Willis?
March of 2022.
Okay. From 1991-ish till 2022, were you what you would consider good friends with Miss Willis?
Yes.
And did you all share personal information regularly?
Yes.
Old man Johnson's farm. You said she wants to look as old as possible.
And did you even come and work with her at the DA's office?
Yes.
And when she needed a place to stay, did you let her stay at your apartment?
When she needed
it was
when she needed a place to stay, what? Are you trying to make it seem like Fani didn't have housing? What? What? Needed a place to stay? Why? What in the broke? What is going on?
it was a condo, right?
Condo, yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when she moved into your condo?
It was April of 2021.
Please, I haven't heard this testimony yet, but I hope she doesn't have something to say like she loaned Fani some money and she still hadn't gotten it back. It's like, I didn't want to know this much about Fani Willis. I really liked her. I really liked her.
Okay, great. And you know that Ms. Willis and Ms.
Okay,
Wade met at a
glasses.
conference in October of 2019.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, without a
Okay,
foundation for how
glasses.
this witness would know that. If Ms. Merchant can establish she has personal information of that, then certainly that's something the witness can testify to. But if it's, she heard it
Understood,
from some-
Ms. Cross. All right, Ms. Merchant, if you could lay the foundation.
Do you have information that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade met in October of 2019?
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Information is not.
These lawyers are not playing. Okay. I don't know what everyone's names are, but sis in the back is like, no, ma'am. Okay. And sis in the front is like, would you stop fucking with me? I got a hair appointment at 5 o'clock.
Not sourced to personal information. If the question can be rephrased, then that may address my concern.
So Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand. So they've objected to me calling Willis and Wade.
It's just a matter of foundation. If you can just rephrase.
Do you have knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
I'm going to object again. Personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Thank you. Do you have personal knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
Yes. She told me that they met at a conference. I don't know what.
Okay.
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this is not firsthand information from this witness. It's hearsay that was.
But you said she told me.
Yes, it's statement against interest, Judge. If Ms. Willis,
Just pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Cross.
The representation of the witness, the testimony of the witness was that Ms. Willis, District Attorney Willis, had a conversation with her. There is no statement against interest. District Attorney Willis is not a party opponent in this case. The information that the witness has testified to came from Ms. Willis, and we have a hearsay objection to that.
Why wouldn't she be considered a party opponent in this context?
She's a representative of the state, Your Honor. This isn't private litigation or civil litigation. Obviously, the court's aware this is, Ms. Willis is not on trial. Ms. Willis is not a party to the litigation outside her obligation to pursue criminal charges for the state.
Ms. Merchant? I guess it's evolved into a hearsay objection.
Yes, Judge. And we plan on calling Ms. Willis to the stand. She's under subpoena, so hearsay will be cured. If there is a hearsay objection as far as that issue. But we do still think that it's a statement against interest. Ms. Willis has filed a document that states that they met at this municipal court conference. So
Your Honor, I think maybe I can streamline a little bit. State will stipulate that District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at the judicial conference that we've been talking about. There's no reason to get it secondhand from this witness. Well, that's true.
All right, you accept the stipulation, Ms. Merchant?
yes.
All right.
Am I permitted then to ask questions about that since it's now not hearsay?
If it's just to a stipulation, if it's just to that basic fact, I don't think we need a question, but if there's a follow-up that you think is admissible, go for it.
Ms. Yurdi, you have personal knowledge that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began their romantic relationship soon after this time that they met at the municipal court.
I'm going to object to that question. That certainly is a leading question. No foundation has been laid for how this witness would have personal knowledge of that. And until that's happened, the state objects.
Judge,
I think you can do a yes or no and then follow up with how she knows it.
thank you. Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship, began shortly after this municipal court conference.
Yes.
And when I say personal, romantic. I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal, do you take that to mean romantic?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
Not best friend, good friend.
Good friend. Okay, close friend. And so would you frequently socialize with her?
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
And so from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019?
Yes.
And when you left the DA, oh, I'm sorry, let me ask you, you said that Ms. Willis came to live with you in April of 2021. I'm sorry, April 1st, 2020 or 2021?
She didn't live with me. I never lived with her.
Okay, I'm sorry. She took over your lease in April 1st, 2020, correct?
No, 2021.
Okay, I had it both ways, so I'm glad you clarified. So when she took over your lease in April 1st, 2021, it's your understanding she moved out of the house that she was sharing with her father and started staying at the condo.
Fani was living with her dad, and then she went and moved in with her friend and then took over her lease and then became district attorney of Atlanta? What?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that's because she needed to have her own space
Yes.
away from her father?
Yes.
Girl, we getting all up in Fani's business. Oh my
When
God.
you left the DA's office, was it, were you fired?
No, I resigned.
You resigned, okay. Just one moment, Jen.
Come on, glasses. Come on. What do you call the chain that holds up your glasses? Come on, chain. Ooh, she took that flat iron out. She said, I am not going to have any wispy hair. My hair will lay flat, and I am going to accentuate my $500 wig. Okay, come on, Lanyard. Okay, Lanyard, don't play with me. And Fani slept on my couch. She did. She did.
Can you tell us why you resigned the DA's office?
The number of things that was happening.
A number of things that were happening. Is that what you said, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening that caused you to resign?
It was a spiral of things. So, I guess the last straw is I was put in a department that I knew had no knowledge about something happened. And I didn't like it. They didn't like it. And that was it.
Okay. Did you have any falling outs with Miss Willis?
Well, we never spoke after that.
You never spoke after that. Okay. And so
Wait a second. So you met in college. You've known each other since 91. You worked together at the district attorney. She lived with you for 2 years. You let her take over your lease. Something happened at the job and they put you in a department that didn't have knowledge of the occurrence. And you were so unhappy, you left, and subsequently your friend becomes Queen of Atlanta. What? Excuse me? What in the Cinderella story is really going on here? That's what I want to know. Like, this is very strange. Okay. Okay, Latrice. All right.
without going into all the painstaking details, there is no doubt in your mind that from 2019 until 2022, Miss Willis and Mr. Wade were in a romantic relationship.
What's the question?
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her.
No doubt.
And that's based on your personal observations and speaking with them and seeing them together and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you. The other folks may have some questions for you, Ms. Yurdi.
Stay down.
You want me to go to the?
If it's more than a couple questions, then sure, but if not.
It's only a couple questions.
Okay.
I think. Can the court reporter hear me okay? Ma'am, let me be very specific. Did you talk with Ms. Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Did Ms. Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
Did she tell me or did I observe?
I'm saying right now with the tell me.
Yes.
Did she tell you that in the year of 2020?
Yes.
In the year of 2021?
Yes.
Are you certain that Ms. Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
Yes.
And did you observe them do things that are common among people having a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Such as, can you give us an example?
Hugging, kissing, just affection.
All before November 1st of 2021, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Mr. Stocks.
Ma'am, did I understand you to say that there was a period of time when you and Ms. Willis lived together?
No.
Mr. Durham.
No, nothing from me, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
Good morning, Ms. Yurdi. Were you aware in 2021 of any trips, social trips that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took together?
No.
Are you aware of any social trips that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took together in 2022?
No.
And are you aware of them in 2020 or 2021 spending the evening together overnight?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Gillen.
No question.
Mr. McCullough. And Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cross.
I do have some questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Yurdi, we haven't met before, is that correct?
Correct.
You're able to see and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I want to start with a couple things. Now, I think you've made it clear that you never lived, we'll call it the South Fulton address, the South Fulton condo that you were leasing. You never lived at that address with the District Attorney Willis, correct?
Correct.
And never at any time?
Never.
All right. You never observed or have any information about District Attorney Wade and District Attorney Willis and Nathan Wade living together, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any information about that?
No, I don't.
Anybody said that that information was sourced to you, then that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Did District Attorney Willis pay rent at that establishment, at that condo while she lived there and you were living elsewhere?
Yes,
Who paid the rent?
she did.
Nathan Wade ever pay the rent?
No,
And you never told anyone otherwise? I didn't hear your answer there, Ms. Yurdi. Did you ever tell anyone otherwise?
no.
All right. So let's talk for a second about your time at the District Attorney's Office. You were disciplined several times in the District Attorney's Office during your employment there, correct?
Oh,
No,
You weren't written up ever for poor performance, Ms. Yurdi.
once, not several.
I would be like, look, are we coming here to trash my career? Like, I'm just trying to help.
Time you were written up for poor performance, were you counseled several times about your performance in the District Attorney's Office that was subpar?
No,
Did the District Attorney tell you that your performance was insufficient and that you were going to be fired?
no,
That never happened.
no. Maybe when we went at the end. What's the question?
The question, Ms. Yurdi, was, did the District Attorney ever counsel you on your poor performance in the District Attorney's Office prior and inform you that you were going to be fired?
I don't really know how to answer that.
I'm looking for the truth.
I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, the situation happened. That wasn't my fault. And I either was going to resign or be let go. So,
You understood that that was the situation. You could resign or you could be let go.
correct. Yes.
You were not welcome to stay.
No.
And the conversation where you were informed that you could resign or you could be fired, that conversation was not the first conversation you had with the District Attorney about your poor performance in the office, correct?
Well, it was kind of a spiral, but no.
Yeah, it was. Whatever the situation was.
Excuse me.
Questions are fine.
Understood, Mr. Sato. Ms. Cross.
Ms. Yurdi, the circumstances of your leaving the District Attorney's Office and
I'm just going to say this, guys, because I feel like this is important. Let me tell you something. I don't care what your job is. If you are confronted with you can be fired or you are able to resign, fire me. Lay it out and fire me. Okay, fire me. Okay? Fire me. Okay? If you know what companies want when they give you the option, because sometimes people feel real defeated at work and they want an easy out the door, and they would rather try to preserve their face. And I guarantee you, when the day comes, and I've been in human resources for over 20 years, and talent acquisition is my specialty. If they are giving you the option, they don't have enough of a case to let you go. You are probably entering into a PIP, a performance improvement plan, but they are now fucking with your head and your ego, because it's Fire, you know what I'm saying? Fire me. That's what I would, girl, fire me because I'm getting all of my shit. Like I'm getting all, like you're going to give me a package because I guarantee you, if you really want me to go, you're going to hand me a package. I'm getting all my vacation. I'm getting 6 months to a year. I'm getting my bonus. I'm getting like, there's different levels to this firing thing. There's one thing you come in, your badge doesn't work and they're calling you at home. There is, okay, well, this isn't working out. What we've decided to do is we've got to girl, when the pandemic came and I got that phone call, honey, my manager had set up a call with me. And the funny thing is that the business partner, the HR business partner had called in late to the meeting. So it was just me and him. And he called in late on the second time, but I think I'd actually called into the meeting like 5 minutes early and they were already on a call. I called my husband. I was like, the guy from HR was in with, my boss, right? And we dotted lined out because we're part of the HR stack, but our business partner that handle our group. Anyway, long story short, there were people quitting, for different reasons, whatever. Girl, I held out for my package. Let them fight. Even if you are in not a situation where layoffs are happening, but you're in a situation where you have fucked up. If they are telling you you can quit or we'll fire you, let them fire you. Because if they really had enough evidence to let you go at that moment with no legal, there's no I don't want to say legal recourses, or it's a clean firing, they're justified, they've counseled, it's been documented, all of the things, then they're going to let you go if they don't want you there. If they don't want you there but the counseling has not begun, you really just started messing up or you fell out of favor, you're not what they need in that space anymore. Maybe they feel like they hired wrong, whatever the reason is, they will lay you off, and they might lay you off with some money. Never take that bait just because you feel like you don't want to be fired. Let me tell you something. When you get terminated with a check, with a package, with a deal, that's a layoff. Okay? Any kind of consideration they're giving you walking out of the door will be considered a layoff. It is not a straight up, you're canned, you're out the door, we have nothing else to say to you. We have terminated your employment for malice, with reason, whatever the case might be, conduct, poor performance, all of those things, and they have just decided to let you go with no consideration. That's an absolute firing. But if they give you any type of consideration walking out the door, that is considered what unemployment would consider as more of a layoff. And trust me, if they're giving you the option to quit or be fired, they don't have enough room to fire you yet. But just know a firing is coming. It's coming. So, but I would let them fire me. You go ahead, fire me. Okay? I'm just saying. Anyway, ma'am does seem a little pissed. So let's continue to listen to her testimony. But I was like, this is juicy. We should listen to this together.
Ended your friendship with the District Attorney Willis, correct?
Yes.
Y'all haven't spoken since.
No.
All right, I want to talk about the representations that you made here this morning, Ms. Yurdy, about any relationship between District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade. I want you to tell me what was the first time let me ask it this way. You said that District Attorney Willis personally informed you of a romantic relationship. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
When did that conversation that you purport to have, to recall, when did that happen?
I mean, I don't have a month or a day, but just talking in general.
Your Honor, you'd like to keep this witness under subpoena, but that's all the questions I have right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross.
Thanks for recross that. I mean, redirect, I'm sorry.
All right, on those points only.
Yes, just those points. The state asked you a lot about when you were let go, when you resigned. Did something happen as far as purchasing that you didn't feel comfortable with, purchasing things through the county for Ms. Willis that caused you to not be comfortable working there anymore?
No,
And I didn't tell you how to testify here today though, right?
right,
And everything you've testified to is from your personal knowledge?
yes,
And you've told the truth here today?
yes.
Judge, I believe she's only under my subpoena and I'm fine releasing her from that subpoena. Oh, I'm sorry.
By show of hands from other counsel, starting with Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, I believe the door has been opened now to ask this particular witness about statements that Ms. Willis made to her. She brought it up on cross-examination on a couple of occasions. Did Ms. Willis say this or inform you of that? So I'd like to now ask her questions directly about what Ms. Willis told her about her romantic relationship.
I think we'll take those one at a time, question by question, and we can address those to see. I don't know about a complete opening of the door. We'll see where we go.
The first time that you spoke to Ms. Willis about her relationship, romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, do you happen to remember what Ms. Willis said? In essence, not word for word, but in essence, what she said.
No,
Do you remember the first time she told you, in whatever words were used, that there was a romantic relationship?
no,
Is this the kind of conversation that you had with your best friend, ongoing over a period of time in which it was common knowledge to you that there was an ongoing relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade?
what's the question?
Yeah, I'll ask it again. Is the nature of your then relationship with Ms. Willis such that you were having these ongoing conversations, that is, best friend type conversations about her relationship with Mr. Wade?
I don't remember.
Without getting any further in too much detail, is there any doubt at all that Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis had a romantic relationship as was told to you prior to November of 2020?
She was already asked that question by Ms. Merchant.
I just didn't know whether that needed to be.
She said no doubt.
Okay.
All right. Any other defense counsel by show of hands? Seeing none. Last recross from Ms. Cross. Anything else?
Not this time, Your Honor, but we'd ask the witness remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Judge, she's under my subpoena and I'm releasing her from my subpoena. So if they want to subpoena her, they're welcome to do that.
Ms. Cross.
I would prefer that the court keep her under subpoena. I think,
Sure.
Given the representation of Ms. Merchant, given how she intends to proceed today, that this witness may need to be recalled.
All right. Understood. In the interest and knowing that we may have to bring witnesses back and forth, I think it's in the interest of effective presentation of the evidence here. Ms. Yurdy, you are still going to remain under the auspices of your subpoena. And so please stay in touch with your attorney. We may need you to rejoin us on Zoom at some point today or tomorrow. Understood?
Okay,
All right. Don't discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses. All right.
all right.
All right. You can log off.
And Judge, I'd ask, just can Mr. Partridge stay on for just one moment?
For what reason?
The state had made some allegations that I misrepresented some things to the court, and I'd just like the opportunity to clear that up, that Mr. Partridge is the one that told me that they lived together for a month. They've called me everything but a liar today, and so I just think that it's appropriate for everyone to know where that information came from.
All right. Ms. Merchant, I think you've made your position clear. That's, I don't think we need to get sidetracked on that. All right. Ms. Merchant, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. We call Mr. Wade.
Judge, may I be excused as well, please?
All right. Take care, Mr. Partridge.
We call
Judge.
Mr. Wade.
All right. Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, the motion to quash Mr. Wade's subpoena was held in abeyance, waiting for the representation. I believe that the good faith basis that Ms. Merchant represented on Monday, I think that's clearly not accurate. Understand the testimony that's now in the record. Mr. Wade is available, but we maintain that at this time that the motion to quash probably should be granted, but understand the court's ruling.
Well, Ms. Cross, I'll say yes. On Monday, it did seem like the focus was that Mr. Bradley would be the hook that makes every witness potentially relevant. And we really haven't been able to explore that on the privilege issues that we'll likely have to tackle again later. But for now, the evidence in front of the court at the moment is that we have a witness who has said this relationship may have predated the affidavit that Mr. Wade filed. I don't see a way around the relevance of his testimony. And so I'll deny the state's motion to quash the subpoena of Mr. Wade. Ms. Merchant.
This is just so embarrassing. Not only does it have something to do with work, but just everything. It's bad. Okay, here comes Nathan Wade, guys. He's still on the stand. Ooh. Ooh, we missed his walk in. Okay. Okay, sir. 3-piece suit. Okay.
My name is Nathan Wade, Nathanwade.
Good morning, Mr. Wade.
Good morning.
Prior to filing this motion to disqualify, you and I were friends, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, I supported you when you ran for judge in 2016.
you did.
I wore your shirts. My kids wore your shirts.
Ms. Merchant,
Fines.
your personal opinions have no relevance.
Okay.
And I mean that in the best way.
That's
all right?
completely fine. I
Let's
will
get to
move
the
on.
point.
Thank you. No.
I just think so. The court is not playing with this lady, Miss Merchant. I don't know. Yeah, they're not playing with Miss Merchant. But I think she was just trying to establish that she was a supporter once upon a time, but that I'm getting ready to question you. So that was kind of rude that they did her like that. What did you guys think? Like she was just because it could come up later, like, oh yeah, you used to wear my Nathan Wade t-shirts. Like, what's up with that? Now you're on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, I just think that was kind of like a housekeeping, just kind of like, let's clear the air on that. I don't think the court is sympathetic to her. Well, I guess this would be the side for Mr.
Totally fine. Thank you.
the former president.
You filed
So
for
yeah, it
divorce
was
from your
rude,
wife on
right?
November 2nd, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that divorce proceeding, did you file answers, things such as interrogatories?
I did.
Okay. And so interrogatories are where you're responding to things that basically.
Because on the YouTube street, oh, you used to support her. What are you talking about? You're a flip-flopper. So she would have got the flip-flopper commentary, right? So she just wanted to like, okay, I'm working. I used to support you. Once upon a time, we were friends, but we're you know what I mean? She was just setting the tone and just answering the questions ahead of time that I'm here to do my job. And that way nobody could call it into question later. And the judge just embarrassed her ass. Okay.
Answers that the other side is asking.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've got your complaint for divorce. I'm just going to mark it for the record as Defendant's Exhibit 2.
I do have the divorce complaint. I know we never went through it, but I'm gonna skim through it and highlight the juicy details. I think maybe Pam went through it. I'm not sure if you guys aren't familiar with the Law Intellect, Pam the Law Intellect. I will find the video. I think she did go through it, but I'm going to go back and see any of the juicy details. I think there is some stuff about the original separation with his wife and how he accused her of cheating and with his best friend, no doubt. And he says that she carried on an emotional affair, and after that it was pretty much over. So I guess maybe he felt like he was free to date. I don't really know, but unfortunately for Fani, she's getting caught up with the close your legs to married men, unfortunately, and it's just not a good look at this moment. But okay, let's go ahead and let Mr. Wade get into his testimony, and we're going to hear what Sir has to say. But ma'am is looking real bad right now because it's on some close your legs to married men. And I know she's got to be real embarrassed right now. I would be.
The first interrogatories that you answered, those were December 27th, 2021. Is that right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those, you were asked different things, but those are sworn. You actually swear to those. You verify them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that verification is where you're swearing under oath that everything in it is true?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, you were asked if you had any documents which relate to the purchase of gifts by you to any person other than the defendant with whom you have or had a relationship, romantic relationship from the date of your marriage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you responded under oath that you didn't have any documents to that.
That's correct.
You again responded to an interrogatory. You updated those responses on May 30th, 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you actually sent those directly to opposing counsel in the divorce?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
But in that one, you answered none again to that question, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So May 30th, 2023, you said that you didn't have any documents showing any purchase of anything with someone that you had a romantic relationship with.
I believe the interrogatory was gifts.
Okay.
Not anything, gifts.
And I have it if you want to take a look. I'm going to mark, okay, so just for the record, I've got your complaint for divorce marked as number 2. I've got the verification and the interrogatories from 2021. I'm going to mark those as 3. And then your May 30th, 2023, I'm going to mark as 4. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. That is
He's going to be like, look, I bought her a bottle of Baccarat perfume. I'm making this up. I bought her a bottle of Baccarat, but it was not a gift. We were on a business trip and she ran out. So I purchased it because it was a need. It was not a gift. It was an expense. We had a banquet to go to, and it was not a gift. It was a essential business purchase for a function.
just 4. This is what I'm.
He's getting ready to split hair.
Thank you, Judge. All right, if you would take a look at what I marked as 2, 3, and 4. Just see if you recognize those.
I do.
And are that's your divorce complaint, and then your 2021 interrogatory and your 2023 interrogatory, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are they a fair and accurate representation of what is filed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move to admit those into evidence.
And this is 2, 3, and 4?
It's 2, 3, and 4, yes.
All right, any objection from the state?
The divorce. It's on the district.
No objection to 3 and 4, and subject to Ms. Merchant's representation that 2 is a filing of divorce. I just don't, the divorce complaint, I don't have that in front of me, but subject to that representation. No objection.
All right, and by show of hands, any objection from other defense counsel? Seeing none, defendants 2, 3, and 4. This should be Romans, well, we'll just call them 2, 3, and 4, admitted without objection.
So that interrogatory that you filed in 2023, that's the one where you said no, that you didn't have any documents relating to the purchase of gifts, that you had a romantic relationship with someone, right?
Which interrogatory are we talking
Number
about?
4, 2023.
Which number in the interrogatory?
Number 4.
So which number interrogatory are you referring to?
It's defendant's exhibit number 4.
I have defendant's exhibit 4 here.
Uh-huh.
Which number interrogatory are we referring to?
Oh, which number out of the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. It is number 20, 24, 25, 26. All of them. Oh, this one. It's supposed to be number. I guess they're all numbered 1. So number 1 again, and then the third number 1. That's your time. You didn't put page numbers on. I don't know how to tell you what number 1, because when you responded, you put number 1 on all of them.
You
So
just point to it.
this one. This one, I'm talking about this number 1, where it's tabbed. There's 2 number 1s that are tabbed.
Okay.
And there's no page number, but it is the second page.
All right.
They're asking if you have any receipts for restaurants, hotels, bars, things like that.
The first number 1,
I believe it's the second number 1.
the second number 1.
So Fani could be attending on Zoom. They have it
Okay.
now. They don't have it on Zoom for us.
So it asks
But
you
I
if you
guess
have
the
any receipts
attendees-
for things like restaurants.
She could be in her
bars,
office watching
hotels,
it.
Things like that, where you accompanied a member of the other sex romantic partner. Correct?
It says identify any and all occasions.
Okay. And so it says to identify any and all occasions where you entertained a member of the other sex, okay, who's not related to blood,
Mhm.
and including dining, drinking, restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, all of that. Okay. And what was your answer to that?
None.
None. Okay. So May 30th, 2023, you prepared this document,
I did.
submitted it,
I did.
and it says none as far as entertaining a member of the opposite sex.
It does.
Okay. No hotels, no bars, no restaurants.
Correct.
Okay. You again updated that. Let's see. You updated it on December 22nd, 2023. And I'm going to mark that as defendant's number 5, and I have copies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're asking, do you think that they're going to stay together after all of this grilling? All the public scrutiny, will their jobs survive? I mean, he's in private practice. He's just contracting for Atlanta. This is going to up his ticket considerably, I think. Because if you didn't know who Nathan was before, you will know now, especially if he's successful in what happens, or the word is that he did great work kind of stuff. Will they stay together? I don't know. Like, are they going to do like a TJ and Amy Robach kind of thing from ABC, where they actually, I think they are still together. And the weird thing is that they swapped spouses. So TJ Holmes and Amy Robach from ABC, when they got found out, and Robin Roberts was all like in a just like, oh my God. And they were basically iced out. I think they were cashed out of their contracts. they're still together through the scrutiny, but they've gone kind of below the radar, right? I don't know. I mean, it just depends on, are these two really in love? Or is this just some kind of money, power, sex thing where they like each other, they're hot for each other? Like, we don't know what the level of relationship this is. Was this just on some, you look good tonight kind of thing? We work late hours, you're sexy, I'm sexy. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. We don't really know. I guess it's the difference between, are they in love or not? This would not be worth it. Like, this wouldn't be worth it to me if I were not in love with this guy as a woman. For a man, I don't think it's ever worth it, but men are able to weather the type of storm because unfortunately our expectations for men are so low. They're so high and so low. We want them to do and be everything, but most of the time a lot of people don't feel like they're gonna match up, they're gonna measure up, right? So I think that that's why men get a pass, because our expectations are high, but we give them a low benchmark because they're human, right? Fani, I don't know if they are in love, they'll stay together. If they're not in love and this was just on like a tryst affair, a you're hot, I'm separated, you know. I did too. I really liked her. Well, I do like her. Okay. I'm just kind of surprised, like, sis, really? This is on some, like, you guys are in your 50s. What's going on here? Like, don't you guys know better? Like, what? Okay. But yes, absolutely. Let's keep listening. We'll keep talking. We're gonna definitely watch Nathan Wade. Maybe this might take me all the way through pickup, but we'll end it at a certain point and then we'll get back to it. Maybe tomorrow we'll listen to some more. Or I don't know, maybe I'll let it run. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how this goes. But I may just let it run. But when I come back, I would say like 5-ish. I do want to get onto the reactions for the phone calls from prison videos. So like I said, maybe we'll just go in maybe another hour and then we'll cut this off and then we'll resume, okay? Because obviously this isn't going anywhere, right? Okay.
And then you updated it once again on January 26th, 2024, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that one. May I approach the witness again, Judge?
Is that what you're marking as Defense Exhibit 6?
Yes, Judge. I'm marking number 6 is the January 26th, 2024 interrogatory, and then that one. And then number 5 is the December 22nd, 2023 interrogatory response.
All right. Are you tendering those at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right. Any objection from any counsel to Defense Exhibit 5 and 6?
Yes, no objection.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Seeing none others.
Lovely. I have one for you. So now that you have those, let's just talk about those for a minute. Those were verified, so sworn under oath.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of them was December 22nd, and then of this last year, so last December, and then one was just recently submitted in January, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In May 10th, 2023, Judge Thompson heard a motion to compel in your divorce case as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were actually held in willful contempt.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the relevance of
His credibility is relevant, Judge, and if he was held in willful contempt for failing to provide answers and documents, I think that's relevant to this court.
How is that a prior false act or crime of conviction or anything else allowed for impeachment under the rules of evidence?
I'm not offering it as a prior bad act or something like that. I'm offering it towards his credibility, Judge, which you get to determine. If he's made misrepresentations in these pleadings, you're here to determine whether or not he's telling the truth or not. So if another court has held him in contempt and that's part of the divorce proceeding, I think it's relevant.
But just contempt generally can be for many different things. Like a failure to produce is not necessarily a false act, right?
Right, and he's welcome to explain that.
He may not have to. Ms. Cross.
I object to the relevance of that. That's clearly not a proper impeachment. We're going pretty far afield into divorce matters that don't have any direct relevance to anything that's pending before the court. subject to the relevance of that and any further.
All right, not seeing that being a proper grounds for impeachment. It's sustained.
Okay, let's talk about this December 22nd, 2020.
Right, gossip, rumor, and innuendo. This may not be like a love affair. This might just be a want to meet up at your apartment. Like they might just be co-workers with benefits. Not saying they don't like each other. They're not hot for each other, but ma'am is a single woman, right? Of a certain age. And I know she probably wants some eggplant. If she doesn't have anybody steady, that might have been her steady eggplant. You know what I'm saying? But if they were in, I can't imagine that you're seeing this guy for 3 years. He is separated from his wife. And you haven't put your foot down yet that you want more, right? So hiring him, why would you want your man to come work with you even on a special case? I'm surprised he didn't say no. That was dumb on his part. Maybe she's controlling. Maybe that was the way to hook him in. I don't know. It would be interesting to find out. Maybe that was the hook. Maybe, from a bunch of cheaters calling her cheatation out, maybe that was the hook that she enticed him with money. I don't know. But if they were in love, I'm not feeling like this is some love, but I don't know. You guys tell me down below. But this could have just been some at work hookup type thing. And they like each other, but not necessarily like we're going to go right off into the sunset and I'm going to be stepmother and all of those things. I don't know. You guys tell me down below.
Verification. I tabbed it for you. Again, they asked you if you had any documentations showing proof of this relationship, proof of any relationship, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. I don't believe that's an accurate read of the interrogatory.
All right, let's be precise, Ms. Merchant.
And you please read it. I want to make sure I'm accurate. Please read it.
Which number?
This one actually has a number. I tabbed it for you, so you should be able to open right to the page. It's number 22. The question specifically is if you have any tangible evidence of any nature in your possession or control or any other person or entity which relates to any manner of your activities to any person with whom you've had a sexual relationship during your marriage. Tangible evidence is notes, cards, letters, photos, films, recordings, documents, tapes, video recordings, receipts, invoices, and other tangible evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And you answered that you did not have any documents to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And that was on December 22nd, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
You updated those responses again after the motion to disqualify was filed, though, correct?
When was the motion filed?
January 8th, 2024, when I filed the motion to disqualify you and alleged that you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you updated these responses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so your new responses, you now...
I absolutely agree with you, LaToya. It was dumb. It was dumb even if it was nothing. You don't hire your boyfriend to work with you unless you own your own company and you are calling all of the shots and you are directly responsible for any and everything and you answer to no one. That's the only time that you should engage in such an endeavor. When you are working for the good people of whatever corporation, city, state, anything, you don't hire someone that you're sleeping with, your spouse, your boyfriend, anybody. That's why there's so much frowning upon nepotism and fraternizing and all of those things. It's just clouds your judgment. Or also on top of that, whether it clouds your judgment or not, it makes other people feel that someone's got an edge or what was the incentive or now you're ganging up. It's not a fair situation. So it's just not a good idea. It's awful. Let your boss all of a sudden have their daughter or their sister working at the job. I promise you 10 people by sundown are upset because they feel like something is not happening in their favor anymore because so-and-so is now on the scene. You know what I mean?
Any of this to you're asserting the privilege under 24.5.505. correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And both of these are under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
You also updated your response to the question about spending time with someone other than your spouse for dinner, drinks, things at restaurants, bars, hotels, or the other person's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in December of 2023, you said no to all that. And then in January, after I filed my motion, you said privilege to all that, Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, was it?
Sorry, I'm going to object the characterization of Fifth Amendment privilege. I think it was a statutory privilege, and that's
That's
quite different.
That's what I was just about to ask him. So that privilege covers infamy or Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
So it's a privacy privilege is what I updated my response to do. Once you filed your motion to intervene in my divorce action, I then figured that you were in talks with my former wife's divorce lawyer.
Okay.
And because of that, I asserted a privacy privilege because I didn't want the proceedings of my divorce to bleed over into the proceedings in this case, which is the case that obviously you're involved in.
So your answers in December of 2023 that you didn't have any documents about any travel that you took with Miss Willis, that wasn't true though, correct?
They didn't ask me about any documents regarding Miss Willis.
A romantic partner. They asked you for documents regarding a romantic partner. So I'm sorry, I inserted Miss Willis's name. Let me rephrase the question. They asked you for documents about travel with a romantic partner in December 2023. And you under oath said you did not have any of those, correct?
I did not.
Okay.
And they asked me about gifts.
Right.
I never purchased a gift for Miss Willis.
And they asked you about receipts for dinner, receipts for drinks, hotels, bars, and restaurants. And you said you did not have any of those.
I did not and do not have any receipts for any of those things.
Okay. And part of the civil discovery, they say that even if you don't have it in your pocket, if it's within your purview, you got to get it and give it to them, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the relevance of the questions about the scope of civil discovery. I think she's asked him about statements he made in pleadings. The answers are already in the record. And
all right, to the extent you're trying to establish a prior mistruth, Ms. Merchant, I'll allow you to ask a few more follow-ups, but if it's not there, we have to move on.
Thank you. So in 2023, December, you said you didn't have any receipts.
I do not have any receipts. I did not have any receipts.
But you did travel with Miss Willis in 2023, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2022, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2021, correct?
No.
So you only traveled with her in 2022 and 2023?
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
That's what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. So you just don't remember if you traveled with her in 2021?
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
Is what you recall. My question is, did you travel with her in 2021?
Not recalling any travel in 2021.
So it's not yes or no, you just don't remember?
I'm not recalling any travel in 2021.
So you did not travel with her in 2021?
Your Honor.
No, this has been covered. Let's keep going.
Thank you. Let's see, you filed an affidavit in this case, correct?
I did.
Okay, and I marked that already. I gave it to the state as number 1. And that's exhibit number 1. May I approach, Judge?
Right.
Thank you. In that affidavit, you swore under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that affidavit, you swore that, well, first of all, do you recognize the affidavit?
I do.
Okay. Did you sign the affidavit under oath?
I did.
And you gave this affidavit specifically to refute the allegations that I had raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody forced you to sign this?
No, ma'am.
You chose to sign it?
I did.
And you signed it on purpose to admit into court to refute allegations?
I did.
You signed it specifically to prove that you were not in a relationship with Willis prior to November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you were a lawyer when you signed it?
I was.
And you're still a lawyer today, correct?
I am.
When were you barred?
1999.
Okay. And you believe that your relationship with Miss Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege, correct?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. I don't think that's factually correct. I don't think that's a relevant question, and I don't think it's appropriate to question this witness about the scope of his attorney-client privilege. He's got an attorney who can speak for him for that, but questioning the witness, I think, is inappropriate.
All right, so a lot to unpack there. The question is simply that does he believe there's a relationship that exists in terms of attorney-client privilege between him and Ms. Willis? Is that accurate,
Yes,
Ms.
Judge,
Merchant?
it was. I asked if he believed his relationship with Ms. Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I don't see why a yes or no would be barred.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question. If the question is, does Mr. Wade and District Attorney Willis have an attorney-client relationship?
It is not.
There's no foundation for that. If the question to the witness is, does his relationship with District Attorney Willis impact his attorney-client relationship with his divorce attorneys? That I don't think is an appropriate question for that witness. First, first I believe is a proper phrasing. The second, I think there's been a representation that Mr. Wade preserves and doesn't waive anything, and so I think asking him particular questions in order to potentially backdoor a waiver is inappropriate, and that's my question.
All right, if we're just trying to, again, assess where a privilege does or does not exist, and we're not actually getting into it, I think we can establish those, parameters. But Ms. Merchant, can you rephrase the question based on that concern, and we'll see where we are?
Yes. Do you believe, that your relationship with Ms. Willis is subject to an attorney-client privilege? Not if you and Ms. Willis have one, but do you believe that relationship is subject to one?
I'm going to object to that question as it's phrased. In what context? Any conversation with his attorneys is privileged. That I think is clear. What's not clear to me from that question is that Ms. Merchant asking in the context of your communication with your attorneys, is that or outside that context is it?
Right. And Ms. Merchant, I think we need to figure out what are we getting at with this?
I'm just trying to figure out if he thought that their relationship is subject to an attorney-client privilege. I mean, it's been asserted. I think it's going to be asserted, and that was all I was asking.
I mean, the actions themselves wouldn't be an issue. It's more communications.
If someone saw them, someone had knowledge of it. Is that attorney-client privilege? I want to know.
All right. Well, I guess I would find his legal opinion on this isn't relevant. We can deal with that as it comes up. So sustained. In 2022, in this affidavit, you swore that you and Willis developed a personal relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that didn't develop until 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's different from what you said in your pleading in May 2023 in the divorce case, correct?
No, ma'am.
In May 2023, when you were asked if you had if you'd had any affairs, essentially, and you said none.
That's correct.
Okay. So in May, you said you had not, in May 2023, in the divorce case, you said you had not had a personal relationship, an affair, a romantic relationship with anyone.
That's correct.
But you told this court in the affidavit that you did have one that started in 2022. So that would have been ongoing at 2023.
So here I think there's a distinction, if you'd allow me to explain.
Please.
The interrogatory asked the question during the course of your marriage.
Or to date. It actually says,
I'm going to request that the witness be permitted.
Mr. Wade.
So my marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015, ma'am, by agreement. My wife and I agreed that once she had the affair in 2015, that we'd get a divorce. We didn't get a divorce immediately because my children were still in school and I refused to allow them to grow up without their father at the time. So we waited. We waited until the youngest graduated and we dropped her off at college and then filed for the divorce. So if you're asking me about the interrogatory as it relates to having the 2022 relationship with District Attorney Willis, I'm going to say because my marriage was irretrievably broken, I was free to have a relationship.
So the question, though, was if you had had a relationship. And in 2023, you said you did not. And that is different than what you said in this affidavit, correct?
No, ma'am. I said during the course of my marriage. So in
So you believed it
2015,
to,
Let him finish, Ms. Merchant.
so in 2015, my marriage was irretrievably broken. So I did not have a relationship with anyone during the course of my marriage.
and in that interrogatory, they asked you if you had any receipts for travel with someone of the other sex up until the time you were answering it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you didn't. You've already testified to that earlier. But in this affidavit, you said, you swore that you had travel expenses and shared expenses on travel with Ms. Willis.
Again, during the course of my marriage, I had no relationship or receipts.
I'm not asking about during the course of your marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to be allowed to answer the question.
Continue. I have no problem with him answering.
Okay. As it relates to receipts today, I don't have any receipts, man.
So you don't have any travel receipts available to you for any travel that you did with Ms. Willis?
I don't have any receipts, no, ma'am.
No receipts that, so you used your business credit card for these trips, correct?
I use my business credit card for everything.
Okay, yes. You used it for your kids' tuition.
Yes, ma'am.
Used it for personal travel with Ms. Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have receipts from those business credit cards that you have to file with your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No.
I filed a statement. I turn over the statement, and whatever's there on the statement, the accountant looks at it, and the accountant says, okay, this is personal, goes over here. This is business, goes over here. Here are your taxes.
So you have those statements. We'll call them statements instead of receipts. You have those statements, correct?
I have the statement, yes, ma'am.
But when you answered the interrogatory under oath, you said you did not have anything to show the records of travel with Ms. Willis.
I answered the question. I had no receipts, ma'am.
You had no receipts, but you had statements.
I ordered the statement, yes, ma'am.
You did order the statement.
I did.
Okay. And so we're just talking to semantics between invoice and statements or receipt. I'm sorry.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the argumentative tone of the question. I believe it's been asked and answered.
All right, sustain.
Let's see. You also in this affidavit said that no funds paid to you for compensation as your role as special counsel was shared with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
And that you never cohabitated with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
By cohabitation, does that mean that you never spent the night with Willis?
I spent the night with her during
Spent the
travel. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I just want to qualify your use of the term cohabitation. That means you didn't live together,
That's correct.
but you did spend the night together.
Yes.
When was the first time you spent the night together?
Your Honor,
That's the subject of his affidavit, Judge.
Right, but it might not be the subject of this hearing. So the question is the nature and extent of the relationship. And so if they just spent the night on a single occasion, I don't think we're going to document in detail every single time that happens.
And I don't intend to do that, Judge, but I think what is relevant is when the relationship started. And that's what you had indicated on.
But why don't we
Monday.
start with that question and go from there?
to that question.
And that's what I asked, when the first time he spent the night with her was. That's what I asked.
That's a different question, isn't it?
Okay, so let's not talk about when you spent the night. When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022.
When? In 2022.
Early 2022.
So you were appointed in November of 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
and your relationship started early. What's early? January, February?
Around March.
Around March. But you two met at an October 2019 judicial conference, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And describe your relationship at that point then.
Which point?
2019.
So I was at a judicial conference to teach a course, if you will, to newer judges. I did that in 2019. As I was exiting the conference, another judge was standing outside who was a friend of mine. I stopped and exchanged pleasantries with her. And standing, talking to her at the time was then Judge Willis. She introduced us at that time. We shook hands, exchanged business cards, and I got into my vehicle and left the conference. So That meeting was probably 3 minutes.
When was the next time you talked to her?
Didn't talk to her again, probably maybe a month or a month and a half had gone by.
Okay, so you talked to her November, maybe?
Maybe.
On the phone?
On the phone.
Okay. How regularly did you speak with her in 2021 on the phone?
In 2021?
I'm sorry, 2019. I'm so sorry. 2019. How frequently did you speak with her on the phone?
2019, after the meeting, I probably talked to her 2 or 3 times. She would have questions. I was the district rep for the particular district that I sat in.
Okay.
And the judges would, when they would have questions, they sometimes would go to the rep. So she was outside of my district, but she would call me. She felt comfortable calling me to ask me the questions. I don't know if you know the racial makeup of certain benches, but it wasn't very diverse. So she felt comfortable calling me for advice. And she did that. And we had also in common that she was starting a private law practice at the time, and I'd already had mine up and going. And we talked about balancing the demands of the bench with their private practice. So we didn't talk that often, but when she had questions, mostly legal issues that would come up, she would call me.
I just want to make sure, because my question was just how many times, and you said 2 to 3 times, right? Okay. And in 2022, how frequent?
That was a very long answer to what could have been a very short question. Like, just answer the question. I literally got lost in the, like, I was like, when she said, I just asked you.
Did you speak in 2022? This is before you were appointed.
I'm sorry, perhaps Ms. March's your timeline, 2022?
I'm sorry, 2020. 2020. How frequently did you speak in 2020?
2020, it was more frequent than 19, obviously, but
More frequent. Can you tell me approximately a month how often you think you spoke with her on the phone?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the granular detail. I think Mr. Wade can certainly answer however he wants to, but if we're going to go through every time they spoke on the phone as opposed to generally characterizing the relationship, it would be more detailed than this necessary.
Judge, I'm not going to go through every time they spoke on the phone. I'm asking for generally how frequently they spoke.
I think at that level, that's fine.
Thank
Overall.
you. About how frequently did you speak in 2020?
per month.
I mean, if it was 2 or 3 times that entire year, you can tell me that. If
no,
it was more than that, then you can quantify it by month.
No. We spoke on the telephone often. I mean, I don't know how many. I couldn't give you a amount of time because you remember COVID happened and the world was shut down. But so we spoke on the phone more than 2019, definitely.
Okay, let's qualify it. Before her election in 2020, how frequently did you speak?
You mean as she was campaigning?
Before the election. Yes, as she was campaigning, before she was elected.
It's 2 different animals.
As she was campaigning before she was elected.
Okay, so during the course of her campaign, we didn't talk as much, obviously, because she was busy. Fulton County is a large jurisdiction to cover. So we didn't talk a whole lot, but she did know that I'd gone through the election process. So when things would come up, that she had questions about, she would call me and ask me. So
and just to be fair,
sometimes
I've only
Ms. Merchant.
Judge, actually, he's not asked and answered. And I mean, I don't mind him explaining, but I just wanted to know how many times. I mean, if we talk about every conversation they talked about,
You gotta let him finish his sentence, and then if you need to redirect him or have me direct him, I can. Mr. Wade, you can continue.
yes. So sometimes it would be like a 3-second call. She would go, during your election, have you ever seen this? And I would say, no, but here's what I would do. And
I'm just wondering why it's so hard to answer a question. I mean, I do think he's likable. I saw someone said you like him, and that's cool and everything, but it is very frustrating when someone won't answer a question. Obviously, he's a lawyer and he wants to be very careful, and maybe he's trying to figure out what her angle is going to be. But it is quite frustrating when you ask someone a question and they give you everything but the kitchen sink. And it's like, I'm just asking you how many times a day did you talk? You know what I mean? Like, just how many times a day? How many times a week? Maybe she needs to say, did you talk every day? No. Did you talk every week? Yes. There would not be a week to go by that I did not speak with her. Okay. In that week, out of 7 days, did you talk to her 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days? Like, give me, like, maybe she really has to make it granular without being granular, but let him, like, because he's not playing with her. He is playing with her basically. He's not going to give her what she wants easily.
We'd hang
And
up.
that doesn't look like you're trying to, like, do you want to get back to work and comply or what? Cuz it's you giving a hard time doesn't look like it looks like you're trying to hide
She had
something
a
to
lot of
me.
professionals working for her, but
Yeah, no, I
she
get
trusted my
it.
judgment, so
I
she
get
called
it,
me.
but
You know, be brief conversation, but she called.
So my question was, how frequently did you speak with her prior to her election? Frequently?
but he's got to know how often he talks to his boo thing. If it's more than I can count, we talk often, we talk regularly throughout the day. How about that? We just talk regularly throughout the day. I can't even give you, because I mean, she can probably pull phone records if it got to that, couldn't she? Like, I'm sure there's a phone record somewhere that shows the incoming, outcoming calls. Just spill the tea.
Infrequently?
More than 2019, but it wasn't a everyday thing. No.
It was not
In
every day. Okay.
2021, before you were appointed in November, so January to November 2021, the only time I'm talking about, how frequently did you speak with Ms. Willis on the phone?
In 2021, then it became frequent.
Frequent.
Yes,
But you did not work at the DA's office at that point, correct?
I did not.
So the affidavit that you submitted, you showed on it, you submitted one record that showed that Ms. Willis had paid a couple $100s for one flight, correct?
Black Hourglass over here is cutting jokes. The Fulton County Superior Court is bad luck. One day you're a DA, prosecutor, or vlogger. The next, you're the main character. You can pay me or go. You cannot, I would say, you mean to say you cannot pay me to go near the courthouse? Yeah, I wouldn't want to go near the courthouse either. So yeah, it's like, but wait, where's my, hold on. This deserves a, that's Fulton County Courthouse.
Say again?
The affidavit that you submitted to this court showed that Ms. Willis had paid for one flight several $100s. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I think that, are you drawing a distinction for her paying for a flight or for her actually booking a flight? Because those are two separate things.
I will re-ask it. The affidavit you filed in this court, you alleged that Ms. Willis paid for one flight. Paid for one flight, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not allege she paid for one flight.
No, ma'am. What I allege is that our travel was split roughly evenly. So where you see I have booked the flight or I've paid for a flight with my credit card, what you don't see is that she covered her own flight reimbursement to me. The flights that you see here are the flights that she would have booked with her own resources, with her own cost.
and there's one flight, correct?
One flight reflecting that she
submitted
actually
one
booked.
flight.
Ms. Merchant, let him finish and then you can redirect him.
One flight that she actually booked, yes. The other flights I booked, she paid for.
So the affidavit, you submitted one flight that she booked and paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. The line in the affidavit is not as Ms. Merchant is representing it. It said examples of the District Attorney Willis purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds were attached as an exhibit. It certainly did not represent that it was the only example of the District Attorney purchasing flights for Mr. Wade or for compensating.
All right, understand, Ms. Cross. I think that's something you can, it's now on the record, but also something you can take on cross.
Thank you. And just so everybody's clear, all I asked you is your affidavit, you submitted proof of one flight that she paid for and booked. That's all I'm asking. Correct?
With the explanation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I needed. You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you.
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
Oh, it's cash. She didn't give me any checks.
So she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so all of the vacations that she took, she paid you cash for.
Yes, ma'am.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you included those in deductions on your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No, you did not.
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll get to that in just a minute then. Let's see. So the only thing that you have actual documentary proof, not cash, is this one receipt that you attached to the affidavit. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I object to that question. That is a mischaracterization of the assertion that is in the affidavit.
I'm asking.
So then he can deny it. I think he can fend for himself. Ms. Merchant.
Is this the only written proof that you have of a trip she paid for?
That I have?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you submitted the one piece of written evidence that you have that she paid for something. Everything else is in cash. Is that accurate?
No.
That's not accurate. Okay. Please tell me, what other receipts do you have then that show that she paid for things?
I don't have them.
Okay. So this is the only receipt that you have to show that she paid for travel.
That I have. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. In your divorce case, you filed a domestic relations financial affidavit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one you filed was in January 2022, right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
And those are under oath?
Yes.
And you also filed corporate taxes in 2022, correct?
Did.
Okay. And tell me about your business. Do you have a partnership or are you a solo practitioner?
As it stands today?
Yes.
So today, I have a separate PC. My law partner has his own separate PC.
Okay.
So, but we're under the same umbrella, under the same roof. So we share expenses, we share income, and we split it.
So are you a partnership?
We are a partnership in the sense of we share expenses, we share income.
Are you registered with the state of Georgia as a partnership?
So the WBC firm that included myself, Terrence Bradley, and Christopher Campbell, we were registered with the Secretary of State as a partnership.
Right.
For a short period of time.
That
When
was dissolved though, right, in 2023?
I'm going to object to the witness answer his question.
Mr. Wade, do you have something else to add there?
I did, when things happened and we excused Mr. Bradley from that partnership, it left Christopher Campbell and myself. So now you have two separate PCs under the same umbrella, sharing expenses and income.
Okay. So let me just narrow down my questions then. Are you registered? And have you been registered at any time in the state of Georgia as Wade and Campbell?
Wade, no ma'am.
You've never been registered as a partnership?
As Wade and Campbell, no
Wade
ma'am.
and Campbell, yes, thank you.
But as Wade Bradley Campbell, yes ma'am.
Wade Bradley Campbell was registered on April 1st, 2021, and administratively dissolved on September 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes ma'am.
Other than that partnership, you have always been registered as law office of Nathan Wade,
Yes ma'am.
not with Chris Campbell.
Correct.
Thank you. So the affidavit that you filed in your 2022. I think I'm up to number 7. I'm going to just give you a group of exhibits so we don't have to go back and forth. I'm marking the 2022 as 7. I'm marking the 2024 as 8. I'm marking the credit card statements as 9, and your taxes as 10.
I object to taxes, because of the relevance of them at this point. The relevance of this entire business structure doesn't seem clear to me as either impeaching or relevant to the issues that the courts, under the court's consideration. But insofar as we're talking about tax returns and other things like that, certainly that.
I mean, they're trying to scrape as much out of this as they possibly can. And if they can find him to be a liar on his tax returns, on his business distinction, if they find that he is deceptive, he's lying, all of those things in his credibility, I mean, it could be detrimental to his career. So I think obviously his lawyer's doing a good job at trying to protect him as much as possible, but ma'am is coming for his neck. So this isn't looking good. Yep. Kept the LLC the same, but never re-registered the LLC for just the two of them. Okay. Well, people are gonna have to. We'll see how that turns out. You know what I mean? We'll have to see if people turn out for that. Let's see. I don't even know if they're just trying to make an example of them. I think they are getting caught with their pants down. So maybe we're both saying the same thing, but having an affair on the job is dumb. Let's just say that. You know what I mean? That was not a smart move. So just like the trial that they're sitting on for the election interference, that was dumb. This is dumb. You know what I'm saying? And you have people with a lot of money and influence, not saying that Wade and Willis don't, but the people that they're coming for have a lot of resources, and they're going to make their lives hell. If they're going to get what they want, I bet you these other people are going to drag them right down the drain with them. You know what I mean? So, it's a mess. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Should be redacted, and I would object to the relevance of it.
I agree they should be redacted. I don't agree to the relevance, but I haven't tried to tender them yet, Judge. I'm just marking them right now so that everyone can follow.
All right. And what is the eventual relevance that you were getting at here?
Well, I'm going to ask him because one of the things that we have to show in this case is a personal and financial interest. So, and he's talked about how he was reimbursed for these things, and so I have a right to go into the veracity of this statement. So let's see, 7, 8, sorry, 9. And then 10. All right, so right now I'm just going to show you what I've marked as these exhibits.
Ms. Marshall, can I see what you're showing?
Oh, yeah, of course. All from the USB drive I gave you.
I don't want to hold you up to copy.
No, they're in the drive I gave you. And I'm just- Can I approach Judge?
You may.
I'm just showing you what I marked as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
All right.
Just so you have them for your reference as I ask you some questions.
All right.
So, so these are sworn. I'm first going to ask you about the domestic relations financial affidavit. These are sworn. They're filed under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the most recent one that you filed was filed on January 26, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So a few weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that one, you said that you made $9,500 each month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that in 2022, well, in 2022, in this case alone, isn't it true you were paid $303,000, over $303,000?
I was paid?
Yes, in this case, Fulton County, by Fulton County.
I see where you're going. So,
And Judge, I just
In
asked
a-
him to answer the question. If he wants to explain it, I've got no problem with that.
Mr. Wade, just listen to the question asked and just answer the question asked.
In 2022, isn't it true you were paid over $300,000?
no, ma'am, that is not true.
You were not paid over $300,000 by Fulton County.
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay, how much were you paid in 2022 then?
So, what I was beginning to explain was Fulton County wrote a check to my firm.
Okay.
What happens at that point is the checks are then deposited, as you have the bank statements, you see that, and then they are dispersed between the three of us. So there was Mr. Bradley, there was Mr. Wade, and there was Christopher Campbell. A third. So when you ask me if I was paid $300,000, the answer is no. I got a third of that went to my personal firm. Now, once the money was distributed to my personal firm, obviously the expenses come out of that, and I get, at the end of the day, whatever the profit is. So I did not get $300,000. No, ma'am.
And let me just clarify. My question was not, did you put in your pocket $300,000? My question was the law firm of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in the year 2022?
Again, a third of that came to the law firm of Nathan Wade.
So you're saying that the law firm of Nathan Wade did not receive checks from Fulton County government over $300,000 in the year 2022?
That's a different question. A third of the 300,000 came to Nathan Wade.
Okay. Again, I'm not asking what went in your pocket. I'm asking, was the law firm of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in 2022?
I'm just asking him to put this.
I know, but I think
Okay.
we're dancing around the point there. So final time, Ms. Merchant.
That's fine. I can move on, Judge. Thank you. So you said that they were dispersed amongst all of you, or put into an account with all of you. So it's your testimony that for 2022, every check you received from Fulton County government went into an operating account with you, Bradley, and Campbell.
No. That's not what I testified to. So the Wade, Bradley, and Campbell firm established an account when we decided to purchase a building in 2022. At that point, every piece of income that came into the entity went into that account.
Okay.
And then after expenses were paid, it was split a third, right? Once that was dissolved, then the funds would go into a different account, my account, one of my accounts. And then I would disperse the funds between now Attorney Campbell and myself, 1/2 and 1/2.
Okay.
Make sense?
It does. Let me be more direct then. So the Synovus operating account that you had for Wade, Bradley, and Campbell,
Yes, ma'am.
the checks from Fulton County from January of 2022 until June 17th, 2022, those checks were deposited in that operating account.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting on July 15th, 2022, the checks you received from Fulton County up until May 26th, 2022, all went into an escrow account that you had at Fifth Third Bank, correct?
No, not all of them.
Not all of them?
Some of them, yes.
So it's your testimony that some of your checks from July 15th, 2022 up until May 26th, 2023, some of them went into an account outside of Fifth Third Bank?
Your Honor, I'm object to the relevance of the financial transactions.
How much money you made is highly relevant in this case. It's the personal financial business and where the money was. And I mean, it's just a follow up on other things that he's testified to.
And why is how much money he made relevant?
Because he represented it's very relevant. He filed an affidavit with the court saying, with another court, he told another judge that he made $9,500 a month. That's what he swore to. And
All right, so this entire inquiry is just to establish that prior and consistent statement.
yes,
All right. I'll give you a minute or two more to
Okay.
try that, but we're
Great.
gonna have to move on.
thank you. So I know you're saying that you only got a third of the $300,000, but you were paid over, the firm was paid over $300,000 in 2022, correct?
So, Ms. Merchant, it's not what I'm saying. They're numbers. They're there. It's the truth. The funds were paid. They were divvied between the three of us, going into an operating account. Expenses paid out of it.
Okay.
At the end of that, the 9,000 figure is what you have.
So that's where you got the 9,000 figure from.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, prior to when you filed for divorce in November 2021, you would use Mr. Bradley's credit card to pay for things with Ms. Willis, correct? And then pay him back in cash.
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card.
You've never used his credit card
Never.
for transactions to anything with Ms. Willis, out to dinner, anything like that? Hotels?
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card. I've never used anyone else's credit card. Not even my father's, and we have the same name.
And you'd pay back, if you ever did use someone's credit card, you'd pay back in cash, is that correct?
Ma'am, I've never used someone else's credit card.
Can you take a look at the bank records that I gave you? That's the largest tab you have.
For the record, which exhibit is this?
It is exhibit, hold on, Judge. It's exhibit 9. It should be the largest section you got.
Your Honor, before there starts three questions from the exhibits haven't been tendered, and I maintain my relevance objection.
All right, let's see what the next question is, and maybe then that objection is going to be highly relevant.
Okay.
Is that an accurate copy of your Capital One statements that you provided in discovery to, is that an accurate reflection of your Capital One records?
That I provided in discovery to whom?
To your divorce lawyers, or that you provided in the divorce proceeding?
Is the question, does he recognize it by sight?
I'm
I think-
asking if it's his statements, his bank
I
statement.
think that is the question.
Son, you better leave that married man alone.
Document, but I believe you if you say that
And Harmon,
this is what my wife's divorce lawyer gave you. I believe it.
Your name's on every page of that document, correct?
On every page?
Pretty much every page, if not every page.
No, it's not on every page, no ma'am.
They're all Capital One bank records.
They
showing-
are.
Okay. Just take your time, look through it. Tell me if there's anything that you think is not yours.
No, they appear to be.
Okay. And those bank records show that you paid for travel with Miss Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object the relevance of these documents and the,
Well, I think, are you tendering Exhibit 9?
I'm going to, Judge, and they're highly relevant to the whole
Well, you
reason.
asked him a question about what the contents of them, and they haven't been admitted yet. So why don't we start there?
Thanks. Those show travel that you and Miss Willis took.
Well, so you're asking about the contents of something that hasn't been admitted yet, right?
Well, I'm asking him if that's what it shows because I know that they're going to object on relevance.
Well, first we got to say if it's, you've authenticated it, perhaps. And before we get into other details of what's in it, I think
I can
it needs
tender
to be
them. That's
admitted.
fine. I move to admit them.
All right,
object on relevance.
on relevance. All right, and on that, overruled. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you. Those records demonstrate that you paid for travel with yourself and Miss Willis, correct?
They should.
Okay. And let's just talk about that travel.
Okay.
The first trip is Belize in March 2023. Is that a trip that you took with Miss Willis?
Are you asking?
Did you take
It was a legal conference.
trip to Belize?
I did.
Did you take a trip to California with Miss Willis in 2023?
I did.
Did you pay for those trips on that credit card?
I used the credit card to book the travel, but understand.
She
that-
paid you back cash.
Well, let me say this. Let's take the Belize trip, for example, since
Okay.
you started there. That was a birthday gift to me, so I paid nothing for that trip. Zero.
Okay. So the charges that are on your card, she gave you cash for?
She did.
Okay. So all of the charges,
Excuse me, Your Honor, I believe the witness had finished answering the question.
oh, did you have more?
I did.
Okay.
I wanted to get into the charges on the card because so traveling with her is a task. You can probably imagine the attention that happens. So for safety reasons, she would limit her transactions. I mean, imagine trying to walk through an airport or sit at a restaurant or do anything. So there's no attempt to conceal. It's a credit card. Everything is here. So
And that's not what I asked.
okay,
What I asked was the charges for Belize in March 2023 on that credit card. Those are things you purchased to go with Miss Willis to Belize.
those are things that we booked with my card that she
Yes.
paid. Yes,
Yes. So those show up on your credit card.
they do.
And you're saying that she paid you cash to reimburse you for all of that.
She did.
And she paid you cash for both of your portions or just hers?
Both.
Okay. So that trip, Belize, just Belize, she paid you for everything on Belize.
The entire trip.
So the food, tattoo parlor, all that stuff, she paid for.
Tattoo parlor? What?
I'm sorry, maybe do the question?
There was no tattoo
Ooh.
part in Belize.
The charges, there's a tattoo parlor on the charges. I'm not getting into what it was for. I'm just asking if everything that's on, she paid you back for.
She paid for it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about California. In May 2023, you all went to California together
Yes,
and you booked plane tickets
yes,
and her name was on those plane tickets.
they were.
And so I know you said that you were worried about security and things like that, but that was in her name. When she traveled, she had to use her name.
Oh, so the plane tickets, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you paid for those plane tickets and you paid for a hotel.
So again, the card, yes,
You used your credit card, and I'm not asking about after what happened. I'm asking, did you use your credit card to book your flight and hotel to California?
I did.
And there's a lot of Ubers on there as well for California. Did you pay for those Ubers as well?
Yes,
Did
we
Miss
were
Wi-
in Napa.
And you're saying that Miss Willis, are you saying that Miss Willis paid you back for that?
Yes,
Did she pay for the entire trip or did she pay for her half of the trip?
The Napa trip,
Mhm.
she paid for the excursions. So the expenses sort of balanced out. I mean, there was never, let me be clear, there was never a time when I would say, hey, I bought dinner. Dinner cost $25. You need to give me $25.
Okay.
If you've ever spent any time with Miss Willis, you understand that she's a very independent, proud woman.
I'd object. We're not.
So she's going to
Overruled, Mr. Wade.
so she's going to insist that she carries her own weight. And it actually was a point of contention between the two of us. She is going to pay her own way.
So let me re-ask the question to make sure that you answer it. A California trip that you paid for, saying that she did not pay you back for cash. Instead, she paid for excursions and you believe that was roughly half.
No, she gave me some cash, yes.
She
But
gave you
what I'm
some.
saying is everything that we did when we got into Napa,
Mhm.
she paid for.
The trip that she booked on her credit card in Miami, did you pay her cash back for your half of that?
No,
So you never paid
No.
her back for the ticket she bought for you?
no. I would say I did pay her back because there were times when I would pay for dinner.
Okay.
She would pay for dinner. It would balance out. But in a relationship, ma'am, you don't, particularly men, we don't go asking back for anything. So you're not keeping a ledger of things that you pay for versus the thing that she's paid for, which is why I said that it was a point of contention because she was very emphatic and adamant about this independent, strong woman thing. So she demanded that she pay her own way.
But she's the district attorney of Fulton County, and she has to file financial disclosures disclosing any gifts with anybody that she does business with in Fulton County, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about Tennessee. You booked a cabin in August 2023 and paid for a cabin in Tennessee. That's when you paid for it. I don't know when the trip was. Can you tell us about that?
August of 2023.
You booked a trip for $1,481.54.
Are you asking me, did I take that trip with Miss Willis, or are you asking me?
First, I was just asking you to acknowledge that that is correct from the records, that you paid for a cabin in Tennessee. Do you recall, and hopefully you can do it from your memory, do you recall paying for a cabin 6 months ago, $1,400.81 in Tennessee?
Where are we now? What page is that?
I'm just asking from your memory. Do you remember paying for a cabin in August?
If he's going to be asked about a particular transaction, then
You can answer whether he remembers or not.
I don't.
Mr. Wade, I'm not asking you to go through 1,000 pages of records. I'm asking if you remember paying for a cabin 6 months ago in Tennessee.
No,
Do you remember booking a cabin?
I booked lots of cabins.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
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 No,
You've never gone to a cabin with Miss Willis?
no.
Have you ever gone to Tennessee with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
That was around 2022, early 2022.
Early 2022? Okay.
It was a day trip.
Okay. So you didn't spend the night?
So it was a day trip.
Okay.
We would drive there, have lunch, drive back. The reason we would do that is because attention. She couldn't get any peace of mind going locally, so we'd get in my car and drive to someplace off the beaten path and have lunch and drive back.
Is that when you went to Fainting Goat with her? It's in Jasper, Georgia.
No, that's in Georgia. I don't recall going to Fanning Goat with her.
So the Tennessee day trips were only Tennessee.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever do these day trips in Georgia?
Do we drive anywhere in Georgia?
Yeah, you were talking about day trips going out, and I'm talking about outside of the metro area, right? Day trips that you were just talking about, these trips you were talking about, the ones that I'm only asking about the ones you were just talking about. Are all of those in Tennessee?
No, we drove to Alabama before.
Okay.
Back.
You drove to Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go anywhere in Georgia? North Georgia?
I'm going to object. If he wants to direct his attention in some way to a time frame or a location, then I think it might be easier for the witness to accurately answer.
Ms. Merchant, I think if you don't have the specific details yourself,
Mhm.
we need to start getting into specifics or more maybe broadly phrased questions. We can't just be exploring around indefinitely.
Is it fair to say that you've taken so many trips with her you don't even really remember all the places you've gone?
So many trips.
You're having trouble remembering going if you went to North Georgia or not.
Were you asking me about specific places? And I want to be candid in my responses. So I have to jog my memory because these are places that I have frequented, but not with her. So I want to make certain that if there was ever a time that she accompanied me, that I was candid in that response.
Okay. Aruba, October 2022. And I've got business record certificate for these, Judge. Might be a little faster. But did you take a trip with her to Aruba in 2022?
Yes, ma'am. So that Aruba trip there was a package deal there. My mother had recently retired, and I decided to take my mother on a cruise.
Okay.
And the second leg after the cruise concluded, DA Willis and I went to Aruba. So that was all one trip, if you will.
Okay. So my question was, did you go with DA Willis to Aruba in 2022?
I did.
Thank you. And you paid for that trip using your business credit card, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you paid for a cruise as well, correct?
That's the cruise I was referencing with DA Willis, my mother, and myself.
Okay. And because there's two cruises, so let's just talk about the first one.
Okay.
So the first one was that's the one with your mother.
Yes.
And so you introduced DA Willis to your mother. That trip, you all took a cruise together, the three of you.
Yes.
After the cruise was done, you and DA Willis flew to Aruba together, and your mom flew home.
Yes.
And you paid for all of this with your credit card, on your business credit card.
I did.
And are you saying that Ms. Willis paid you cash back for that?
She did.
And
But let me make this distinction though, because the number that you're looking at reflects the three people on the cruise ship. There were things that my mother and I did, just the two of us, that DA Willis didn't do.
And I'm not attributing that. I did not. My math is not good, but I did not include anything with your mother on those.
You wouldn't be able to see it because it's not separated out. It just shows a charge on the account when actually it would have been something with my mother and I.
Judge, may I approach with exhibits 10 and 11? They're both certified business records one's from Vacation Express, one's from H2.
I thought 10 was taxes.
I'm sorry, 11 and 12. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. And these are business records, Judge. They have the certifications. I moved to admit them.
All right. Defense 11 and 12. Ms. Cross?
Based on Ms. Merchant's representation that they are true and accurate as to the certification that was provided to her, we have no objection.
All right, again, seeing no other objection, they're admitted.
So the trip to Aruba alone for you and DA Willis was $3,835.26, correct? Just Aruba.
I'm looking for the amount.
Which exhibit? Question 11 or 12.
This one is 11.
Yes, ma'am. $3,835.26.
And then the Royal Caribbean for just you and Miss Willis was $1,269.70, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your mother's got a different line item on there. I'm talking about the cruise, the actual cruise cabin.
Have that as in the form of a question, Ms. Merchant.
Did you pay Royal Caribbean for yours and Miss Willis's cabin $1,269.70?
Where are we? Which page?
We're on the receipts. There's just a few pages of receipts on exhibit number 11.
Okay. I'm in 11. Can you direct me to where you are in exhibit 11?
The receipt for Royal Caribbean. So we've got your flights on the one page. I already asked you about for Aruba. And just for the record, I blacked out their dates. And then Royal Caribbean may be on, oh, it's small. It's hard to read. It's very hard to read. So let me ask you this right now. Do you recall paying around $1,269.70 for a Royal Caribbean cruise for you and Miss Willis? You don't remember that?
That amount seems kind of small. I think
Okay, so you believe it was higher?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were in Aruba, then you bought a cruise, a Norwegian cruise, right? And that was the New Year's Eve cruise?
While I was in Aruba, no, ma'am.
The credit card documents that were admitted earlier show the purchase date when you were in Aruba, but you don't remember doing that in Aruba?
I didn't purchase a cruise while I was in Aruba. That may be when the cruise company decided to run the invoice, but I didn't purchase a cruise in Aruba, no, ma'am.
Around the time you went to Aruba, you purchased a cruise for Norwegian for you and Miss Willis to take for New Year's, correct?
Before I went to Aruba, yes, ma'am.
And that was roughly $3,387. The cruise to Aruba. The Norwegian cruise.
So that cruise was with my sisters.
Okay.
And the number that you are seeing would reflect my buying dinner for my sisters and their husbands.
I'm just talking about the cruise, the amount that was paid for the cruise ahead of time when you booked the cruise. I'm just talking about that.
Okay.
That was a little over $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and I understand you're saying you paid for other things, but I'm just talking about the cruise amount. Okay. And you paid for a Jeep and you paid for dinner while you were there in Bahamas.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the one that Miss Willis paid for a flight for, correct?
That's one of the flights she paid for. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, a documented paid for, not cash. I'm talking about a non-cash transaction. That's what she paid for.
You mean the one that I provided the receipt for?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That's that.
Okay. And so she booked that on her credit card and wasn't worried about, I know you said earlier that you were booking everything because she was worried about people knowing where she was traveling. She didn't have any fears booking that one though, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question, speculate as to what was the motivation of the district attorney. She wants to ask if that was the transaction, and he responded that was the transaction.
Ms. Merchant, I think you can rephrase the question, but I'll sustain it on the current phrasing.
So she purchased that under her own name, correct?
She did.
Okay. Let's see. So I know we talked a little bit about the seminar where you all met. isn't it true that you would go to Miss Willis's house in South Fulton County occasionally?
I've never gone to her house in South Fulton County.
You've never gone to her house in South
I've
Fulton
never
County?
seen her house. The first time I even heard the address of that house was when one of the individuals in the election fraud case somehow doxed it and it got out. That was the first time I'd even seen that address.
But you would go to the East Point condo, correct?
What East Point condo?
East Point, Hapeville, something like that.
I've never been to East Point with Miss Willis.
You've never gone to a condo in either the East Point or Hapeville area with Miss Willis.
Wait, that's different. I have gone to a condo in Hapeville.
Okay. So Hapeville.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have gone to a condo with Miss Willis in Hapeville.
I have.
Have you spent the night there?
Never.
Never spent the night.
Never.
Is that the condo that was rented by Robin Yurdy?
I believe it was.
And other members of the DA staff were there as well, correct? Sometimes.
I've never been around other members of the DA staff at a condo in Hapeville.
There's never been any security for Miss Willis?
Not around me.
Did you ever ride with Miss Willis with her security detail to and from the house?
No.
You served on Miss Willis's transition team, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of all of her interviews where she interviewed and re-interviewed employees?
I would say probably 98, 99% of them, yes.
Is it fair to say you took an act?
Guys, so Fani's on the stand now. Someone just mentioned that. Do you guys want to jump from Nathan's testimony to jump to what Fani coming on deck? Because we can always come back and revisit Nathan's testimony. We're probably so they're probably about 20-30 minutes into Fani testifying. So do you guys want to jump? Okay, we'll jump and then we'll come back to him. So we'll find it. It's after the tattoo parlor testimony. Okay. Okay, let's get into when Madam District Attorney walks in. We'll jump to that. Okay. Nathan, that long yes took me out, y'all. That long yes took me out, y'all. I'm gonna confess to you guys, I was actually in the car pickup line. I was double duty momming at that moment. So okay, let's see when Madam District Attorney Fani Willis comes in for her questioning. And we'll talk about the relevancy of the financial matters, but one thing as it pertains to the divorce, he answered some questions in the divorce inquiries that so I'm sure there is some particular relevance to that questioning to his wife and the divorce attorneys because she has more to gain. Ma'am was for the most part like a stay-at-home wife, and he was the chief breadwinner. So they are getting to the root of the matter. Also, just potentially any untruths. Okay. So anyway, let's get into it. Here she comes. She came in like, I heard y'all was looking for me. Okay. Like.
Do you swear me, Your Honor?
Whomever would like to. We got deputies behind you. Let's go. Wait a minute. Let everyone get
Sis does not seem happy. Ooh. Who is she winking at? Fani, who you winking at, girl? Ooh, wee. Okay. I'm going back on silent, guys.
If you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Anna. You can go ahead and swear this. I don't hold it before. Yes, sir. District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, "His testimony is done." It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
As soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying.
Okay, Trisha, thank you so much. I'm gonna try not to interrupt because I want to hear every word sis has to say. So Trisha, thank you for supporting. Thank you for making it official. And I'm going back on silent. Okay, I'm back on mute.
Testifying. That's when you just assumed you would be the next witness.
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with
I
him?
didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies that were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media because, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was,
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
You did not. Correct.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the
All
motion.
right, next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who's given it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? Things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Let's start back in 2019.
Yeah.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up and they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked the question, you didn't answer the question, not speech, so I object to the speech.
I
I
agree.
believe I'm able to explain my answers.
believe she's able to explain her answer.
And that's,
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you to just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is
Well,
able
it's
to ask
highly offensive when
follow-ups.
someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try
Judge.
to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right, well, Ms. Willis, she'll have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Yeah.
Ms. Merchant.
thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did the
Okay.
meeting. He, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that
She's
conference.
explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was,
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
He
conference?
hasn't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated also in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Thank you.
Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge, I
proceed.
would just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms.
Thank
Merchant,
you.
next question,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her. So she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the DC area. She would come home, we'd party together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did not move into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage, I'm not gonna guess that, but the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,400, $1,500. I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move out?
She said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I
move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February 2022, is that what you said?
January, February of 22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father was 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not. Okay, so they didn't still live at your house?
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back.
Merchant, can we get to either the relationship or the
Sure.
financial benefit?
Yes. Let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yeardy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a group
very,
chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yurdy cash.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
right, when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22. And it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure. But I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And it, like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
You didn't spend the night.
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
And when did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then.
April 2020?
22. Yes,
2022.
it was around then. I don't know, like, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started seeing each other, but it was early 22 is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
Who paid for that hotel?
in Miami. I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you. So there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought, this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you, I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise. And that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
you tell, I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
So still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a travel agent, I'm sorry.
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with Mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with Mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking
but
if
I'm
he
trying
paid
to,
for those.
He did not though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that, but initially he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Okay. So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like, it was a package the lady did for him.
Okay. So, and I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be
Initially.
abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it. And then he tells me how much it is and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it, if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. You have to remember, he paid for that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right. And his mother was not happy.
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he was going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that
Okay,
cash
Fani.
originally come from? If it
Had
didn't
cash
come out of the
from-
bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband.
And
No. It's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house of cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
the money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. It's probably in there.
You don't know
It
where
could have, what do you mean? I don't know where it came from. I
I
absolutely.
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip that we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip.
Napa.
Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500. And then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him, he likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there.
Okay, Fani.
That you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair, champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a 3, and it was like 3 different things: Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
I'm just,
And then
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't even know the amounts.
when I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's gonna be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to
I
Panama.
may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr.
after
Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the.
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So that the record is complete. I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was that?
I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that. I remember doing that. I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends. And again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back. I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do, if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since March.
Where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
That's another. If they've ever taken him anywhere.
And I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken Mr. Wade
My security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never, not once, not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere.
Well, we've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat. And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear. Not often, once, twice, because I want to be over inclusive. I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And well, no, look, I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any
I
problem?
object to you getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy. Exhibit 20 and 21.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Guys are getting a little old. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21.
I'm just going to have to, like, Fani's explanation of the cash, I'm so with her on that. I'm with her on that. I'm going to just say it like that. You guys, if you guys know me, you guys know how I feel about some cash. So, yeah, I follow her with that too. Anyway, let's get back to the testimony. Isn't this good? It's interesting, right? And I pushed back the live. I'm going to take a little break after we finish this, but we will do a reaction tonight. I will come back and we'll do it members and mod style. So, but we're going to ride this out until she's done. Okay, y'all? And if you just tapped in, go ahead and hit the like button for me. I certainly would appreciate it.
Through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right, any objection to exhibits 20 and 21?
Nope. Sorry.
From other counsel? Admitted without objection.
Yeah. When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just clarify that.
I have a personal relationship with him as we speak right now. I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what you're asking.
When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end? Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that as life goes, you would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends to the day we die.
Let's.
Could we just have an answer to the question?
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have it.
She asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
It's sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe men, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just
when
asking
you're
about your
re-
romantic relationship, when you stopped dating.
I
Asking.
think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. And so that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo. So I'm trying to use those terms.
So but there's been more, see, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
Ms. Merchant, if you could ask a more precise question.
Yes, please, give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade
about.
visits you at the place you laid your head.
When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this, let me tell you which one you lied in, right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth.
Judge,
And
this
it is a lie. It
We're
is
gonna-
a lie.
Ms. Will?
You
Mr. Seda, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. Be back in 5.
Ooh, Mrs. Willis is not playing. Miss Willis, Miss Fani, girl. She's like, look, I'm going back to my office. I'm gonna have to see y'all later. Sis over here with the telephoto lenses, getting all the shots. Since we're behind, guess what? We can click right on up because they'll be back. And so look, ma'am, even though she is very frazzled, okay, she's asking those questions because they're not making it easy. And but it's better that Fani and Nathan get through these questions so she can move on, because once the questioning is done, the decisions are made, then she can move on with her job and continue. Right now, this is what has to be done. There's no getting around this, but I'm quite sure this is a cautionary tale. These things, these little trysts, these little secret hookups and things can come back to bite you in a way that is quite embarrassing, and maybe even on your job. Okay. So these married men who don't want to, like, he didn't want his kids growing up a certain type of way, but daddy wasn't even home. Daddy was on a cruise. Daddy was handling his business. So I don't know what the point was in staying married. But anyway, let's advance so we can get back to Miss Willis on the stand. Let's go ahead and we will get right through the break. We will go ahead and see if we can jump to where the break is over. Okay, let me set it up to see where we can get to where the break is over. Okay. The judge does not look happy. Scott McAfee does not look happy.
That's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
Wait, hold on.
Answer it and then explain.
It advanced.
I am very private.
Okay. I can appreciate that Fani wants to take this seriously and she wants them to know. If I were her, I would take my bother down just a little bit. She has a right to be upset because they have tried to do a flip of the script on her. And I get it. I just think the optics, I would take it down just a little bit of less bothered. But I think she's holding her own. Okay, guys, I'm going back on mute.
All right,
Thank you.
we're back on the record. Before we proceed, though, I would advise everyone here, this being a room mostly full of lawyers who have spent their lives in and out of a courtroom. We all know what professionalism looks like, what decorum looks like, and devoting ourselves to the rule of law and proper advocacy. I would urge everyone to keep those principles in mind, starting with the fact that we won't talk over each other. And from there, we'll get through this. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your document. No.
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents he lived with me.
Full opportunity to respond.
In
And filed that with the court.
In 2019.
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
In 2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020, did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you resided?
He has never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
That's where I lived in 2020.
In 2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay, I don't understand. You must give me that. In 2020, I lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And at my home in South Fulton, he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to caution you. That's going to be my first time out to caution you. I'm going to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike your testimony. So we need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's question, I believe, was asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdy?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did?
Yes.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited?
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about, during 2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm gonna say, I don't know, I'm gonna say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019. So I'm gonna say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm gonna say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm gonna object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're gonna go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're gonna treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much, I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
he paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill, whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes, we're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never
Like,
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App.
no,
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened, no, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've
If
never
we
used
would
your
go to
credit card?
dinner,
Let her finish her answers.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my
Are you
question was,
telling
do
me
you
that
have
I'm
any
lying to you?
proof?
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent 800, I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises.
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis, Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And
understand.
I've never, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through however you pay.
Okay. So, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay the tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I'm gonna
bills?
object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Mr. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
Did you say I did?
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No. I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors of a book called Finance, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them
Your Honor, I'm
2 or
gonna
3
object.
times.
My question is relevant as to.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's at issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to,
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County, huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like, you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them. So I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard. And so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement. And that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years. People, no, it's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills or.
May I approach, Judge?
You can.
You may.
Page 13.
I have not read this book. So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial, I have no information
I
about
didn't
that.
ask you about that. I just
Okay.
asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at Paltry Rep.
Well, you just
I didn't have-
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm
Okay.
sure it's just, I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what I don't know. Paltry rate, I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients, so no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that 50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
I think we said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
I'm gonna object to the court prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's the potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship?
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep
I
track.
think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Ms. Lewis,
true
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't?
I think that's the statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee, or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you, what you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
Agent?
All right.
An appointee is what I really would think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you to the sis. Let me just take a quick break. It's funny that okay, so I guess we're going to see who this person is. But yeah, I mean, she closed with Fani basically trying to state that he's not an employee. He's not a full-time employee, but she says an agent. She also says a appointee, but if he's contracting for the county, he is still covered under the same guidelines as an employee. So I don't know how she's going to get away with that, but that was an interesting point to kind of like, okay, I'm done. So interesting.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain. Okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't. Just so we're clear, yes. But in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville, yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was a yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, ERT condo, for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
Yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father.
That's all I ask you.
But I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both know.
I'm not going to argue
And so
anything.
I
I'm
would
going to
like
ask.
be able to explain why.
I'm going to.
So yes, because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, you stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadow, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurti condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yurti condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no, he did.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Bott, your objection is speculation.
Yes.
to the question of
Speculation.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo?
I can,
Just let her answer the question.
Or Mr. Sadon wants to rephrase.
No, yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
was able to
I've got
understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection.
Okay.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
but you can, now that the objection's been withdrawn, can you try to answer that question?
Yes,
There's still a safety concern
I was.
for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became I don't want to say I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yerty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yerty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in, but I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back, whether it was that period or after I left the Yerty residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of, so that we are clear, is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that, because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yerty condo?
Like maybe a night,
Okay.
like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yerty condo, including Miss Yerty?
Never. Miss Yerty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
My word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever, I think my baby's my oldest child. I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place, other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, this was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night, but just a very lonely time in life.
Okay, we'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute. Did Nathan Wade visit you at the Yerty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember times that he visited me at that condo. Yeah.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm gonna tell you the problem I'm having here. Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay, that's your.
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God, that 2021, I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job, and 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Ms. Yerty was at the condo?
So Miss Yerty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together, so it's an
Oh, I'm saying-
impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yerty, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yerty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yerty, but me and Miss Yerty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what I'm
That was
talking,
another misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yerty.
my question though, I'm trying to understand
Okay.
that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking. She's not in the condo.
We never stay, Miss Yerty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I asked you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when you were staying there,
Yes,
Miss Yerty wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct. Yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes,
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
yes.
No security, none of your security
I
detail.
would object. She said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Who in the prosecution team prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask
No, no,
is
no,
who knew?
no.
It's not, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
You
Let me just tell you
answer it
this.
and explain this, Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So I
Is that
think-
correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him. No, it is you, because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
November of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about the sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
Well,
It can
I
be
don't-
dating, it can be holding hands, it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. It's very simple. It's either a yes or a no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
That's fine. Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2020,
Yeah.
2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point, Your Honor. It's not
Sit down,
relevant.
relevance.
Just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
The inference that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
all right, overruled. Mr. Sadon.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends, at least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking about.
So no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right? We were friends. We hung out prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time, I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship.
Look, I just want to say something. Why is it relevant? Your boss, put yourself in this position. Your boss hires someone she may or may not be sleeping with as a consultant for a huge project, and they're sleeping together. Nobody knows about it. And he's de facto, maybe even your boss. He's your project lead. That's a problem. That is a problem. So the outside of the election interference, like on top of the money issue, on top of the management leadership issue, on top of the issue for the actual employees who this man comes in from the outside. He's being paid double, maybe even triple the people who are employees of the city who may feel like I wasn't given an opportunity to even apply or contend for the job. She could say as the leader, well, there's no one who is qualified to do the job on my current staff or my current team, but hiring someone that you have a mentor-mentee relationship with, someone who you have a friendship with, someone who you have a sexual relationship with, that's just a very bad, like, that's just no, you can't even do, she didn't even disclose to the city that, hey, this is, you know, I mean, there's husband and wives that work together. That happens, but people know that's your husband and he works on the other side of the building and his projects are not your projects and there's no bleed over, okay? In leadership or management or project or dotted line or anything. This is bad for many different reasons. As a lead in leadership for her employees, they're trying to establish it. There might have been some financial gains. They're really like, this is bad. This is very bad. Like, just to be honest, this is very bad from a leadership standpoint, from an employee engagement standpoint. All of the if there is some bitterness, there are supposed to be some disgruntles. There was allegedly a whistleblower who came forward. Also, the wife kind of de facto was a whistleblower because she called Fani as a material witness or to come testify in the divorce, because he also disclosed that in the divorce filing that he may not have even spent a dime on her, because if he spent marital funds, that's why this money disclosure is very important, because if he spent marital funds on a outside relationship, he's going to be he's going to have like a forensic accountant up his butt, which I'm sure he already does. But also from that standpoint, ma'am was a stay-at-home mom, wife. She has, the children are all grown. I don't know what he's trying to do, but what ma'am is trying to do is not be left penniless, and probably also not to be left outside of the lifestyle she has been accustomed to while raising his children and affording him a stable home with a wife and children, raised, college, did her job as a housewife. And you're not going to discount me because you and your girlfriend for the past 3 years or whatever, you know, whatever they're doing. So all of this information, like, this is a perfect storm of why don't get involved with someone like this who's married. Like, her involvement with, they may say that they were friends, but this involvement, then hiring him, putting him over people who have been working hard to earn their spot, maybe be considered. Like, the ramifications of this are really, really, it's a huge ripple effect. But let's keep going, and you guys type your comments down below, okay?
Had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, you know, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Seda.
Okay. Did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so do you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so.
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade, or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
So as I understand it, to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC?
That was a pretty clear answer.
Huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
So you have a variation or something new to bring up?
I'll ask it and we'll see. Did you take trips to DC that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm gonna object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is take personal or business trips. She said.
But that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Okay.
What's the relevance?
And what would be the relevance of that?
Trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the documents, the things.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he has I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in DC at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would reference to the court that that was not asked of Mr. Wade, anything about any trips to DC.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact and on credibility. So Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So
Whether, I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to DC with Mr. Wade,
that's correct.
personal or business.
That's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
on Personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC. Since Mr. Wade has been on to this case, I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area, but I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well,
Apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the,
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterize it as a tough conversation, correct?
yes,
I'm not going to get into the conversation per
we
se.
should.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So Mr. Sadon, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is was it pre-indictment in this case?
So,
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
okay,
Well,
but,
actually,
and so that
I'll
we're
give you
clear,
that.
the
Okay.
physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen till after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadon, to your question was she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you, next question, Mr. Sadon. If you need to
Want to say
clarify.
one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadon. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Mr. Let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No,
Sure.
but I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadao. Next question.
My next question is something that that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not something.
Preserve it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the question for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadao, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this to preserve for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do
of the
I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadao, for everything related to any forensic.
Oh, you just want me to
misconduct,
stay out of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it
Sure.
when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on.
I'm going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is.
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
Who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect, the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man she referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadao. Next topic.
Okay. I realize that you've testified that you have no records that with regard to cash payments,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts.
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I withdraw money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM
Cash.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that. Yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
I just want to say, Erica, the birthday girl, just got gifted a membership by Reef and Muff's mom. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for supporting. And Erica, it's you, boo boo. Look at you. Okay. Reef and Muff's mom is doing it again. Okay. Yeah, but at Publix, you're only going to get but so much. Jet Black Straight. Okay. Jet Black Straight. You just got gifted by Reef and Muff's mom. Okay. Okay. Look at that. In preparation for members and mods tonight, Reef and Muff is dropping them one at a time. Okay. Ale Go just got gifted. You just got gifted. Okay. Okay. Congratulations. And let's see. Thank you so much, Reef and Muff's mom, for supporting. You guys are supporting. And thank you very much. Erica is a mod over here and now a gifted member. You just got gifted, sis. Okay. Allego and also Jet Black Straight. Okay, let's get back into it. This oh, I hope this doesn't go all night. We've been at this for almost 4 hours, but we'll keep going. We will keep going. Um and yeah, because there is more than one case going on in Fulton County. Can we agree on that? There is more than one thing going on in Fulton County at this time that's of importance and also interesting and juicy. Okay. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
That throughout the course of my life, I
No,
took out
no,
money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course of
2020.
that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes,
So do you have a problem with,
I absolutely, yes.
you don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
gonna object this to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassment. Right.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance. Mr. Sadov, if that's something you want to follow up privately, you can do that.
Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons the allegations are so preposterous, or Ms. Merchants that you have joined, is.
Ma'am,
No,
I
no,
didn't
no.
ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you. Okay? I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts? with
See,
Mr. Wade in
San, you just
2020?
got gifted by Lee D. You just got gifted. If you guys like this pink dress, I don't know if you like it or not, but I found one. It's gonna show up in your chat. Let's see. I think you should be able to see it. I just pinned it. It's a new feature, so I was like, let me just use it. But anyway, I found a dress that I think is cuter. But if you like that look, there you go. Some linked shopping. If you click on your shopping bag, you'll see. Okay, I do feel bad for Fani. I know some of you guys don't feel bad because she did this to herself, and I get it. And she has all of the responsibility. Um, this is a cautionary tale for a lot of people. Don't fool around and F around at the job, because understand, you could be in a boardroom, you could be in a inquiry with the ethics team. You could, like, this is not what you want. Okay, it's not what you want.
And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited
Hey, Pooh.
contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not going
characterization.
to emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm
that
sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All
Well, I
right,
don't
let's
think
get
we should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadov, next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was a year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you
It
go
wasn't-
out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit
Thank you,
in
Vicky.
your office in 2020?
I am sure I'm sure, ooh, that's a very good question. I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750 is,
Was my office.
okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though. but not often, not a lot. We both blinded, trying to make a
But
living.
I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments.
I mean, there's no hit. Look, as a girlfriend, or like, she's not a hospital. She's not a doctor. She's not disclosed. She just disclosed his diagnosis. But as a boss, yes, like that was something she should not have disclosed. There's no HIPAA in, like, she's not obligated. Like, if you're on the stand and you disclose someone's diagnosis, that's not HIPAA. You're not governed under HIPAA. Health organizations and healthcare professionals are. She is his boss, though. De facto, she hired him. And if he confided personal health information, I mean, that's more of a breach of his privacy as it pertains to HR, more so than HIPAA. See, she shouldn't have been sleeping with her underling, her contractor, her agent, her appointee. That's bad. Now, is he going to have a problem with it? I don't know. But yeah, it's not HIPAA though. Yeah, it is a, yeah. I mean, he might be mad because he may not have wanted anyone to know, but yeah. Reef and Muff's mom, you did it again. Someone has been gifted. And that would be SC Travel Nurse. SC Travel Nurse. Hey, boo boo. What's going on? Welcome, 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 welcome. You just got yanked out the bushes, sis, and got gifted a whole entire membership. Enjoy, 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 and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys are enjoying your gifted memberships. Anyone who's been gifted.
Very sterile because it
The
was
restaurants were sterile environments?
a lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were.
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
Maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. You remember when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750
Fani disclosed that Nathan had cancer.
once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020. But maybe I went to his office in 2020. Maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, I talked to. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes, no question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
his 50th birthday.
His 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
And you paid for it.
100%. He said, not only, I mean, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your credit card?
Cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about $4 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to a guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, HORDE.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that
Um,
any circumstances to you or in
All right,
court.
back on track.
So hoard, cash hoard debt.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
And the money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
so when you were at what we said, the Yerty condo, during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, I want to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
Look, I know it's really difficult to talk to people about how you manage your money. I think a lot of people, everyone, I'm going to just say it like this, a big generalization. I think lots of people manage their money differently. I think there's an expectation that everyone manages their money perfectly. We've seen this with Nesto and Shirley. Shirley makes $500,000 to $1 million a year, and ma'am has been in financial trouble. So we don't know how she manages her money, but we know that there's been issues, right? Fani, I don't know what, they were trying to establish before that she may have had some money issues. She said that was not the case. She said that there's been some lean times, things of that nature, but it is quite, it's kind of like being seen naked or something. That's for her to not want to disclose her financial records, it may just also be from a standpoint of, I don't want everyone to know how I manage my money. Seems like Fani does like to work a lot with cash. That's not a crime. I think maybe people would assume that someone with influence of her stature may work with more credit, debit, whatever transactional records, but she likes her cash and there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't have a problem with that per se, but I think that is a sticking point for some reason. But I'm not going to say it's cultural, but I think there's nothing wrong with having a stash because lots of people do. So I don't know. Interesting. It's kind of interesting. But anyway, they're swapping out questioning. So here we go with another gentleman coming to ask some more questions. I don't know if you guys can relate to that money. Most people don't really want everyone up in there how they handle their day to day and how they handle money, right? Cash hoard, like hoarding money. I mean, I call it a stash, right? Some people might say stash. Some people think of drugs when you say stash. Hoard sounds like you're hoarding money, which that's kind of what it is. But some people just, everyone's banking and spending habits are different. But again, I would have thought twice about dealing with somebody at the job or hiring someone I think is cute or somebody who is my mentor or that I have a personal relationship. You think my mic is perfect? Yes. Oh, well, thank you. It's you see these all the time. I don't want to say everyone has them, but it's a Shure, SHURE. I will pull one and I will pin it to the top. Okay. So if you guys want to know what I'm using, it is a Shure, SHURE. I think it's an MV7. So it's a podcasting mic and it is really good. It's a little bit of an investment, but it's good and it's worth it. Okay, let's get back to business so we can finish this up, okay? Ooh. Don't let us lose our spot. Let's make sure we know where we are. Okay, here we go.
I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadow asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think if it's 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure. And I was honored, and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him besides this one?
Where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Let's say, with the
I've been
exception
to
of,
Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
but not Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to Australia. I do know he took a trip in December to Australia. I have no idea, I don't know anything about that trip.
When Mr. Wade began working with your office,
Yes,
he had 2 other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
yes, Terrence Bradley worked for him and Chris Campbell worked not for him. They worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No,
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided or anything?
no.
Now, since you have been district attorney, the 2 gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I probably had I don't,
I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testifying to this.
but I've had about 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer?
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how's that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question. And then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully, I
takes
need
us.
to.
Go ahead.
The 2 gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay. So I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call so when I first got to be the DA, I had the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not gonna say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I paid my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was
Thank you, Rain, and congratulations, Thick. Thank you. I appreciate that.
$250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the 2 other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Just thought, guy.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
I do have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. You want me to?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up?
What I want to know, why is it, and obviously if you've got consultants that are doing good work and you want to keep them on your list and they are contracting with the city and they're getting work done, good. But when you start sleeping with your contracting, your consultants, now are you giving an unfair edge? Is this a public contract? Did people go to bidding? What is the vetting process? I mean, Fani just tripped and fell down a really deep hole that outside contractors, contracting agencies, other consultants might feel like Nathan Wade got an edge because she's throwing out contracts, she's throwing out deals, she's throwing out work. And it's like, damn, sis, just answer the questions. Just answer the questions and stop offering up extra information. But also there could be, outside of employee engagement problems and issues, now you could have problems with Consulting. Why did they seem to be like your preferred consulting group? Like, were they getting preferred contracts because you're sleeping with one of the partners? Like, well, I mean, what is it here? Like, Fani, be quiet. I mean, I really like Fani, but it's like, sis, ma'am, this is a nightmare. And I guess I'm going to just say it like this. The city manager has been coming for her ass, and the city manager who works up under the mayor's office, that probably some of this falls up under the city manager because they're the business affairs manager of the city. Probably because they have an issue with Miss Fani, right? Maybe this is some of the issue. I haven't put any time into figuring out what the city manager's beef is with her, but it could be, I may see what is going on now because, ma'am, you know, look, this could be, this is a problem. This is why she's sitting in court for today. But we'll hear. We don't know how it's all going to flush out. So let's just keep going. But that's just my initial kind of like, oh shit. Like, okay. So it's almost like he's getting a double dip, if you will. He's getting a double dip because he's a partner. He's also now getting an independent paycheck.
Good afternoon, Ms. Willis. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second, well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right. I'm referring now to exhibit number 21,
Yes, sir.
which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you like don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look under there
Sorry.
at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant because I would not pay him back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips I paid him back for. You know, I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up. And I would be less than honest that says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your reason for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on...
No, she doesn't really have to tell them what she spends from her personal accounts, but he's a contractor to the county. He contracts legal services independently and through his company. And so at one point he was contracting as his law practice, right? So that makes him a consultant contractor, right? Now he's a quote unquote appointee. So de facto almost operating as an employee because he reports to her. I guess he's an independent consultant managing this case, but her subordinates, so they have like a dotted line situation, and ultimately she's his boss because she did hire him. And this is a problem too. So just from, like I said before, from an employee standpoint and even from a contractor standpoint, also some companies, municipalities, government, there are stipulations about lunches. I mean, I've seen people in corporate America get fired because you did not disclose a vendor lunch. And technically, he is a vendor. He would be considered a vendor. So you're going on trips, personal trips, sexual relationship. It's just, there's improprieties, misconduct. I mean, it's just so many different things. This is bad. Like she should be worried.
Exhibit
She
number
should be
21
upset about this because
is that
this is
the
a mess up.
aggregate
of-
amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100. But if we're doing tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the
the
question.
aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did not receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. McDougal, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Rice.
No further questions.
Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions here. You saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to just tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right, what exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that
evidentiary contribution here to this. Now,
well, I guess you're tendering it. Is it with position of the state?
I'm gonna object this to the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this point.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her with prior statements?
yes, Your Honor. And statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, but I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So,
Well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would.
it's marked as
again-
exhibit 22, and we'll move from there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant
Ms. Merchant did.
asked me some questions, yes?
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in a sit down?
No, sir.
You didn't? And
No.
Was it,
She answered how many interviews she gave in her opinion.
how many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay, but you also were telling, when they were, the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen that.
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I had no,
And then I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then
No, it could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
correct. Well, I think it clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to the personal interest in terms of the finances.
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book. I
Didn't
didn't,
ask whether you made any money.
okay, I just,
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than, I want to focus on when you were telling them about your financial straits and you're living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Gallon, we covered that at length. And you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, and let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
that's not what I'm telling you, sir. That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more, but that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000. And he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken. And it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked. His 50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No.
Your Honor,
And
I'd
so
like to get back to some questions here.
I'm trying to answer it.
rather than
I think it
narrative.
would help if we
So let's
get a question here.
move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time.
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than.
But
speech.
We have already covered this, so I
But yeah,
need to
but
get
I'm
to that
trying to-
point.
I'm
I know
trying
you're
to
laying the
move forward
foundation, but
other
it's already been laid. So
Yeah.
The filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be 2,000, it could be 1,500, it could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Your Honor.
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to-
Wells.
we need
Let's
to
get
cut
to
off the
let's get to a
narrative.
question, Mr. Gallon.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property. Is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my
You
property.
didn't have a tax lien on your property.
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt. Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Gillen. I need new ground here.
I'm asking the question of, I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax
Then
lien,
ask that question.
but not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay her tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was going to build on that to say,
No more building. It's already built.
all right.
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put
It's
the
a-
top on it if you need to,
It's the
okay?
same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
Well, now, have you ever did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
When I would pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
What is Cash App for the record?
I don't need to know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so if you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you allegedly paying Mr.?
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App,
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
because there would be a record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is, I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts, but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I didn't not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different. I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year, they paid, I paid.
Let me, prohibited source means.
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougal.
Well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
It's already, the
okay,
questions have been made.
Then your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him
All
back.
right. Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about coming last is most of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the time period between February 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis that'll take more than 10 to 15 minutes.
I did.
Okay, then I think we've reached a stopping point for today. And so, Ms. Willis, I'd ask.
Amen. Thank you, Jesus.
And I'd also remind you that you're not to discuss your testimony or that of any other witness until tomorrow morning. We'll be back here, and we'll begin again at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
We'll do 9 a.m. this time tomorrow. Before we recess for today, I want to check in on logistics, and I'll ask Ms. Merchant. Once the testimony of Ms. Willis is concluded, how many other witnesses do you anticipate calling?
And then we subpoenaed Delta records, the state objected.
We can handle that now. Ms. Willis, you can sit down. You're done for the day.
You want me to leave the courtroom?
Or you can sit at the council table. We don't need you in the witness box. All right, so 2 witnesses, and then querying other defense counsel. I know Mr. Gillen, there was a potential witness that was objected to by the state, so there's another one there. And we can talk about that. Were there any other witnesses anticipated from any defense counsel?
Sis feet hurt.
Seeing no
She's
show of hands.
tad.
And then Ms. Cross, any witnesses on your behalf?
I expect so, Your Honor, and I expect that to take 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, and how many witnesses would you imagine?
Without committing myself to a final number, my best guess at this point would be 3 to 4.
Okay. All right.
Do we know who, I mean, I gave them our witnesses. I know we're supposed to give witnesses for an evidentiary hearing. I'm guessing that one is John Floyd, but I don't know.
All right. No, I understand, Ms. Merchant. However, I don't think at this point there's any statutory requirement. We have the standing order that for expert witnesses, and if state doesn't want to extend that courtesy, then I think you're stuck with it. All right.
I'm certainly happy to represent that Mr. Floyd will be a witness, that the other witnesses will be impeaching of Ms. Yurty.
Okay. All right. Let's take up these last couple issues here before we break. Then the issue of the Delta Airlines records. The motion to quash was filed by the state on behalf of Mr. Willis, I believe.
I did file a motion, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me.
But my representation was that I just got notice of them, I think it was yesterday.
Okay.
And so now that I've had the review of them, I object to the general fishing expeditions. I've introduced a new record today that was from Delta. To my knowledge, that there's going to be no further new production in the Delta records. I don't want to burden the court with anything. If the court wants to take a look at it and see if there's anything different than that, I don't have an objection. I don't like the idea that we're just looking for anything. I don't want to put an obligation on the court, but I'm happy to agree to an in-camera if that's.
And so, Ms. Merchant, I take it. All right. So, Ms. Merchant, I take it the purpose of this subpoena. I'm going to need you to step out.
Step out, man.
The purpose is to show travel.
Right. Is it because you suspect there are other travel records, or just you think there might be something else in there?
It's, well, one is to prove some of the travel records that they traveled together. And so we have no problem, like I told the state, I don't even.
I mean, what I'm saying is if we've heard about the trips today in detail. Is there anything else that's in these records that you're saying is going to prove some additional trip, or is it just further corroborating what really is kind of uncontested at this point?
There may be some additional trips.
But you don't know of any specifically. You just think there might be any. Okay. All right. Well, then let's continue with that. Then, if you want to send them or instruct Delta to send them to us in chambers, we'll take a look. And I think essentially, if there's, you can tell us, Ms. Merchant, what you think we should be looking for and what you think is relevant, and we'll do that. Okay. All right. And then when it comes to Mr. Schaefer's witness, there was an issue raised about this kind of being a summary versus an expert witness. And so I reviewed the motions, and I think there was the essentially kind of the summary document that Mr. Gillen's witness would, the sole purpose of this witness to introduce. Was there something about, I don't know whether it's from Mr. Abadi or Ms. Cross, was there something about this attachment substantively that you think is inaccurate, or is it literally just a summary document?
I can't tell because the documents to support it were on a thumb drive, and there's tens of thousands of those documents. And so I don't know whether that is accurate or not. I can point to some characterizations on it that I would quibble with.
Sure.
I think the result is wrong, but I just can't agree to include the documents or someone testifying from the documents that I just can't verify. It may well be that there isn't anything ultimately, but I can't represent that and I can't agree. The document itself isn't authored or identified as being authored by any particular person.
Okay, give me a second while I pull it back up.
Thank you.
So what I was provided by Mr. Gillen is a 3-page document that starts with a timeline, usually dates, events, and sources, and it ends with an Excel sheet.
Okay, I'm gonna break in right here. I think so. On top of her financial records might be a little less complicated than his because he's married. He's in the middle of a divorce right now, and his wife is one of the reasons how this all went down. I mean, they wanted this to happen, but because she got subpoenaed, and he hurried and made his divorce records private. It kicked the can down the road and opened up the door for this thing to happen. Um, they could definitely show that she did have some things to gain. Also, they're trying to establish like that she's got poor finances, and maybe all this cash she says she earned from working, which I'm sure she did. However, if you're taking $50 here and $50 there from Publix, okay, you have $10,000. So, okay, is there something that shows from the ATM? She's digging herself into she's kind of painting herself into a corner. Nathan, I don't know what happened with their relationship, but she said the sex stopped, the relationship stopped. I don't know if their relationship is stopped or not. Um, yesterday, she said, was it yesterday? She said that she had a conversation with him. I don't think either one of them had testified yet, but they probably should have kept their thoughts and opinions to themselves. Girl, Grey Goose, chicken wings, and pay Cash App. Like, look, the way people run their life finances is the way people do it. And I think people, there's going to be some cultural, I don't want to just say like, oh, all Black people use Cash App. That's not the case. A lot of people use Cash App. Cash App is also something very generational too, just like PayPal. I use PayPal a lot. Some people are like, PayPal, it's all Zelle and Cash App and Apple Pay. Okay. Android, what is it called? Google Pay or whatever. So it can be generational, cultural. There can be many different reasons how people stash money. Um, I think it's just highly embarrassing that she is conducting a personal, private, romantic relationship with what would be considered a contractor to the city. It was established that his company did work for the city, well, for Fulton County, as well as he individually. This is like a mess. This is a bad mess. This is all a attempt for, this is all for the election interference situation, and this is definitely to discredit and dismantle her. And it's unfortunate that this was something that they could sneak their way in and come through. This is a relationship that ma'am participated in willingly, and it's unfortunate for her. I hate this for her because I really do like her. And I don't know, maybe she'll be able to stay on the case. Maybe, hopefully she'll be able to keep her job. I don't know if she will be sanctioned or what's going to happen. This judge does not seem happy to make, girl, you said freak off gone wrong. Okay. I don't know if the judge is going to, the judge does not look happy to make this decision at all. Okay. Whew, guys, this was an extra long live, 5 hours. You guys did amazing. If there's 500 of you guys here right now, 499. There's 387 likes. I'm sure there's been more than 500 through here. If you guys could hit the like button for me, I would so appreciate it. It makes a difference. It lets YouTube know like there's something interesting going on here. You could have watched this anywhere, but you chose to watch it here with me. And I so appreciate you guys doing that because this was fun. And I think the conversation was amazing. We can definitely resume tomorrow morning at 9:00. Please show me with the likes. I think I'm going to come back tonight at 9:00, but let me see what I can do. Because I wanted to talk, I wanted to react to some of the videos that have come out over the past couple of days. And that's it. And that's all. So you guys do your thing for me. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 411. I appreciate you guys so much. If you guys want this at 9:00 tomorrow morning, East Coast time, we can do it. We can do it. And we'll get over to Love, Lies, and Lace Fronts a little bit later. It's Friday. You guys are awesome. Best live ever. Thank you, Lovey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank Muff and Reef's mom for gifting so many. I want to thank all the new members. Thank you. I want to thank the Cash App. Folks, you guys are amazing. Let me give you guys some magic. I think you guys dropped off some here. Thank you so much for supporting what's going on over here. You guys are amazing. So yeah, give me some time. I might wait till everybody goes to sleep. Poor Fani. Fani has got to slow down. Fani has got to answer the question that's asked. And even though she was mad at the people and she was feeling very much put on, it's so important to just answer what they ask you. I mean, she knows this. I think she was definitely nervous. She was a bundle of nerves. She probably wasn't able to sleep. I think at the end of the day, sis knows she fucked up. I mean, from a management standpoint, she really ought to know better, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, just because she is a talented lawyer, I think she said she was a judge. She's gotten to be district attorney doesn't mean that she's gotten every single lesson that she needed to know about managing, as you are navigating your legal career and you are elevating. I don't know if any of her mentoring involved like management of people management, managing your stack, managing your group, appropriate. I'm quite sure she had to sign off on some things. People get busy, they run you into meetings. You know how it is when you're doing your annual accreditations for whatever it is, for safety, sexual harassment, all of the things, compliance, global governance, all of those things. Just because she is a high level executive in the city doesn't make it that she knows everything. That's what you have your business partners for. And if she didn't disclose to her HR business partner, the city manager, the executives, the other executives in play in the city of Atlanta, what was going on, nobody could consult with her appropriately to tell her, cut it off, sis, ma'am, no, don't do it. And allegedly there was a whistleblower out here. So somebody, I'm not saying they're disgruntled, but most whistleblowers are. And it's quite possible that the whistleblower narked her out on top of Nathan's wife, who subpoenaed her to deposition because she wants to know where the money's at as it pertains to her divorce with her husband. Because depending on what the agreements were with them on the split up, we don't really know. So I'm here for it tomorrow morning. You guys are amazing. This was so much fun. I love this. So let's see if we can come back tonight. If I get really tired, I'll drop you guys a note. But I am expecting to come back somewhere like 9-ish. I might, like I said, I might wait till Farrah goes to sleep. 9:30, 9:30-ish, 10. That way I don't have to worry about getting in the way of sleep happening on time, and my husband would be asleep and all that. So thank you, Johnny, for the super sticker. Thank you, Boo Boo. You guys are amazing. Okay. You guys, period. Okay. Do you guys want to watch the last few minutes? I guess they're arguing some points or trying to make some things clear. Let's see if we can.
With some more figures. And Mr. Gillen, what do you have to say on this?
We would tend to call Bill Selensky as a summary witness, not expert, not giving expert. And what we've done is that we got the bulk of sort of what was in the download we got last week as a chamber team. So what we have here is the source. Look at that, Your Honor. That's largely, all of this information essentially is material that is material of Mr. Wade. This isn't something that's some different company or bank account. And largely what it is a situation where it now stands, most of these source documents are already in evidence. And so, whether it's 1006 or frankly,
a demonstrative aid under 611.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Why couldn't this just be used as a demonstrative? What would the state's objection be then if Mr. Gillen was just to say in closing, hey, I put all these records together and here's my demonstrative?
I don't think I have an objection to that. I might quibble with some characterization and some language.
Sure.
But to call it a summary and to represent that the records is an accurate reflection of the records, I just can't agree to because there's so many records they were disclosed on Wednesday, and I just don't know.
Well, except, Your Honor, if you look at the sources, I mean, literally, we're describing things that were introduced today. They've seen all this, and the documents that we have sourced really came from Mr. Wade in his divorce case. So it's not like they're surprised. So we would ask that the witness be allowed to testify, and put it in the record, and put the summary charts in the record, and have them admitted, and that way off we go. This isn't a situation where we have a jury, and they're overwhelmed with whether or not there's some kind of factual misunderstanding here. They could look through this probably at lunch and determine whether the source is accurate or not. The second sheet, Fulton County payments, they came from them. So to say that they can't determine or decipher whether the documents they gave to us is accurate doesn't seem to carry the water. This isn't a situation where we have tens of thousands of new and different documents from different corporations, different banks, and then suddenly we've put it on. We've done our best. We got these things last week. I've gone through them all, and we've called it down to what we think is a very concise summary chart for the board's consideration.
All right. So, Ms. Cross, what I would ask is, it sounds like most of the morning is likely going to be taken up with the remainder of Ms. Willis's testimony, as well as any additional witnesses from Ms. Merchant. And so perhaps we can use that time between then and then the lunch break to take a look and see if these sources are inaccurately cited. I mean, the characterization isn't something that's going to be determinative. I don't think I'm bound by whatever he describes as the event. But if this is just, I really don't really see much of a substantive distinction between a demonstrative and a witness. But if he wants to put it up through a witness, and it's not something that you need to rebut with expert testimony of some kind, then I really don't see this as being much ado about nothing.
I'm sure you can understand why I couldn't agree.
Sure, no, that's fine.
Without having gone through that.
But I don't know if it's something that we need to bar outright until you've had a chance to look at it. If you see some incredible inaccuracy.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna let y'all go. Just so we've been on it, so we can close it out in under 5 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed this today. You guys are awesome. Thank you again for supporting, and I will see you guys a little bit later. Like I said, if you're here through the replay, you're just now getting through here. You were behind in the chat. You made it. You made it. You're a rock star. Go ahead and hit the like button for me. I appreciate it. And you guys take care. Have a wonderful evening. And I will see you guys a little bit later out here on these YouTube streets. Okay. All right. Take care, guys. Bye.